Okay, so it's time to start now. And Guru Raj, I can see you. And I have started the YouTube streaming, so everything will be also available there. And we are waiting for Christian Borders to start this Congress. And I'm happy to announce that it's already 26th Congress. Every year with no changes, the first weekend of July, it's on. No matter what is happening in the world, science should be beyond anything else. And it should unite the whole world. And that's why you see there are people from all around this planet connected. And we're happy to see all of you. And I hope that Christian Borders, who is the first speaker today, will be able to connect his video camera finally and start the presentation. And well, it's unusual Congress because usually the first speech is made by Dr. Kortkov. So this time we had to give the lead to Christian Borders because he is giving a big course to 100 people in France. So, and he's limited in time, but his presentation is very important. It is connected with the university course about also Biowell and bioelectrography that is given in Spain. And this will be one of his presentations today. So that's why he will be the first one. And next presentation will be given by Dr. Kortkov. Unfortunately, Dr. Vayekov is not able to give the presentation today. So his presentation has been moved to tomorrow. So he will be the first one to speak tomorrow at the beginning of the Congress. I will have to deactivate the opportunity for the participants to turn on their sound just to evade problems during the presentations, okay? So I will have to switch off the sound for everyone but the presenter. Christian, tell me when you are ready, and
yes,
you can start.
I'm ready. My only problem is the camera. It's a question of, I don't know, internet problem, I don't know, but I will share all the documents.
Yes, okay, so you can, yeah, we already see your screen. You can start the presentation and welcome. So we will.
Do you see the screen with the SES Congress or not?
Yes, we see Biowell development in France and Spain.
Yeah, but okay, it's okay. So, hello everybody. I'm very happy to participate each year to this Congress. And it's an honor for me to start this Congress. Dimitri explained you just before, I am obliged to do fast today because I have 100 people to teach later because you are in a special week, teaching week in south of France with different academy professors and specialists. So we will speak today from a very important topic. It's Biowell development in France and Spain. The future of electro-photonics on official plan, because it was a long way to start this course. We organize an international course and a worldwide academy to unit experts in APA. So this course has an access for everybody. You can come here without problem because you are all users and specialists in this way, in this technology. And since 2021, we organize for our student, this course. The title of the specialty is University Expert in Biophotonics. So it is evidently in 3 languages, and the new session will start in March 2023. So for sure, it's a course very specific, but we speak a lot about energy, about quantum physics, about water, about many topics. And you could have more information on our website, biowell.fr or ES. Go down the title formations. So I can move to the next slide. What happens? What happens? Ah, okay. So what happens? Okay. So the access to the university diploma, who is it for? For students with a degree in science and technology, or in profession linked to health, physical and sport activity, and social, cultural, and community service as health professionals, evidently like doctors, physiotherapists, dentists, etc. The people who come here obtain at the end a double degree. This double degree is coming first from Atlantic University, it's a North European university in Spain. And in addition to the diploma from the Tuban Group, the Center for Advanced Study in Natural and Manual Therapies. This double titulation is a big interest because you can understand that in University of Atlantic, you have a lot of high degree studies, you will see, and it allowed the students to have a top level degree in this specialty. I don't understand why I cannot move to the next slide. I don't understand. Do you see?
We can see your screen, and if you use the buttons left, right on the keyboard, it doesn't switch.
No.
Up and down.
It is fixed on access to the university diploma. Yeah. Who is it for? Do you see this slide or no?
Yeah, we see only the access to an university diploma.
Yeah, and I cannot move to the next one. So
try to click escape and then open the next slide.
I cannot move.
Click escape on
your keyboard. I do escape, but I cannot move it. It's impossible to exit. So it's where I don't understand what happens, because till now it was okay, but so yes, okay. So what I propose to you, Dimitri, to save time, is to send you the slides, and you manage yourself, because it's difficult.
Okay, let's try to do like that. Just send me them by email.
Yeah, but the problem is to escape.
Yeah, I've stopped sharing your screen, and maybe you need to restart it. Just try to restart the screen sharing.
Okay. I will start. We will see. No, it's the same.
And if you click page up, page down on the keyboard.
No.
The buttons.
No. It don't work. I don't understand why.
Okay, so then send me the files, and I will.
I think it will be much more easier.
Okay, you will just tell me to switch to the next slide, and I will switch. Okay.
Yeah. I will do that, because if not,
Okay, I'm waiting.
I come back.
Please send it to my Gmail account, okay? Okay, we will wait till Christian will reconnect back to us due to technical issues on his side. So we have other people connected to us, our official representatives from Italy. I see Khudai here. I see Guru Raj from India here. So welcome, welcome. Thanks a lot that you have found some time to be with us in real time. Khudai, it's been centuries since I have seen you last time, so I'm very glad to see you again. Guru Raj, well, your background is awesome. I like, you see, Tisa is also having the background, but there are more photographs on his background, but on your it's mostly diplomas. Great, great. Oh, Irina, nice to see you here. We were missing you. No, you cannot switch on the sound. Okay, I have activated it since you can switch on the sound if you want to say hello to everyone.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you.
Привет, привет.
Anura.
Hi, Anura. Hi, Anura.
Hi,
Nice
hi.
to hear you.
Yes, nice to see
Hello,
you.
Irina.
Hi, hi.
You see, it's a unique congress. Unique congress. Congress is going, and Dr. Korotkov is having fun. That's the way it should go, you know. After all, he should have fun, and everything should work without him, you know. So he can, next time he will get connected from Bahamas or some other islands, you know, drinking tropical juice, you know, just
Sure.
saying hello and like enjoy the Congress. That's it. So Christian has disappeared in space-time continuum. And I will check if he has sent me the files. No, not yet, but we will wait more. So about his Irina, pay attention. Dr. Contreras is saying hello to you silently.
Hello, hello.
Your sound is off, Dr. Contreras.
I think you should activate everybody, and we just should have
I have allowed it for a while so that anyone can switch
a proper
on and switch
chat
off.
using our time.
Yes, so you see, I have deactivated for the time of the presentation so that nobody will be, oh, Christian is back.
Hello, Irina. How are you?
Hi, great. How are you?
Nice. Just a camera problem and a technical problem.
Okay, Christian, did you send me the files? I don't see them. Yes.
Yeah, I have sent you.
The sub health, right?
Yes, sub else. Yes.
Okay.
Can you project it?
Okay, just give me a second and I will do it. Okay,
side,
I have it.
internet.
Yes, it's the only presentation, nothing else, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm opening it and I have to close mine. Okay.
Here we are lost in the nature and we have internet problem.
Uno momento.
And it depends of the weather. With very warm temperature, we have big problem and it depends.
It's okay, don't worry. Okay, so
start from the first one and you go step by step and I will tell you stop.
Okay, just 1 second. I have opened it. Yes, it's ready.
Can you share?
Ready. And okay, so now I have to deactivate the sound for everyone. Sorry, and only Christian will be speaking. Christian, now I'm starting the demonstration, and you start.
Yeah. Go start, and I will tell you stop. You see? Put diaporama, and you move. Okay. Next one. Nice. So about this access to university diploma, I explain just to you easy points. It's a self-learning and collaborative activities based on online trainings and video conferences and deferred lectures. Why? Because you can imagine that around the world, it's impossible to coordinate all the students at the same time. Imagine from Australia, from South America, from Canada, Russia, France. It's impossible to coordinate all the people, and it's a big interest of deferred lectures. And you could have a constant feedback coming from the tutors, because with Julian, Marine, and other tutors, you could have a feedback or contact directly the professor. Next one. So the team's professor is easy to understand. Professor Korotkov first. After, we have a big honor to have Vladimir Voykov with us from Moscow University. A very top-level technician, Dimitri. Julian Marine as a technician too, and myself. Next one. So you can see the picture on the top of the document. It's like this university expert in biophotonics, and it is a mix between two centers, Groupe Tuban and Atlantic University. Next one. So you can see the two logos. And the University of Atlantico supervise Groupe Tuban and give a sort of umbrella with a university title. Next one. You can see this university in Santander in Spain. You see. Next one. So, the European University of Atlantico is a higher education institution that offers its students an integral education based on excellence and commitment to people. It is integrated into the Spanish university system and offers courses aimed at obtaining official and specific degrees. The university is home to the faculties of health science, social science and humanities, as well as a higher polytechnic school in Spain, all of which are adapted to European higher educations. It is coming from Bologna process. The university expert in biophotonics is integrated into the trainings of the European University and their own degrees, fulfilling all the academic requirements of the regulation of the European Atlantic University. So, next one. And what about Tuban Group and clinic? Because we have a huge clinic in Tuban Group. The Tuban Group has an integrative medicine clinic, a center of higher studies dedicated to the teaching, research, and development of natural and manual therapies in integrative medicine as complementary medicine. In this center, they teach around 25 specialties, including medicine, familial medicine, etc. With almost 50 years of experience in teaching, it has specialized in trainings, curriculum, and higher degrees with university accreditation, mainly in the field of osteopathy, naturopathy, traditional Chinese medicine, etc. So this complete range of courses in manual techniques and natural health makes the group Tuban the most complete center in Spain for the training of future therapists and natural health professionals. Next one. So you can see a short panel at the entry of the group. So you can see medicine générale, familiar, physiotherapy, etc., terapias non convencionales. It is written in Spanish, you know. Next one. So we have 4,500 meters square of rooms, clinics, etc. It's a huge center, and the students could organize some consultation for patients in our clinic. Next one. So we change of place. We speak about now our Aragon Center. It is in a beautiful place in the north of Spain, and it is just down the French border. You know, it's around 1 hour, 1 hour half down the French border, and you can see here a huge lake of 50 kilometers long, without anybody along the lake. Next one. So, a unique place for sure. A location on a cliff up the lake, totally alone, with 1,000 hectares of total wild nature, a private village, rent only for our groups during the week sessions, healthy and organic foods, and our own wine and olive oil production coming from the center. It is a health holistic approach. We manage here with our students, and workshops are around Biowell and Sputnik practice all along the seminar. Two suggested levels for physical activity, because considering that it is in a beautiful area, we enjoy to go in the nature for sure, to walk, to swim in the lake, in the swimming pool also. And when we organize some trip in the nature, we organize 2 levels of physical activity. Next one. So you can see the center, our small village, built in the year 1000, And after, a lot of people went in the big cities. You can understand at the start of last century. And now they manage a very long renovation of the center during 30 years. And now it is a beautiful holiday center. So next one, you can see the village closer now. And you can put the next one from the lake, you see. And we can go in the lake looking for around the beautiful landscapes. Next one. And around the center, we have beautiful small church and chapels, Romanican chapels. And with Constantine, we organized some measurements with Sputnik, comparing the different places, sacred places, because we have different type of chapels here, and we can move from one to the other to do some measurements. Just for information, in case you could be interested for that, for this presential seminar, starting the 25 evening and 26, 7, and 8 of September, you are invited to participate to this session, because it will be a high level and advanced seminar, but based on essentially the last techniques and the last protocol in environment measurements. Next one. You can see the interior of one of the chapel. Next one. So I will try, I just said I will try to open later this this video. I don't know, Dimitri, as you are a top-level technician, if you can.
So do you want me to run this video?
Yeah, or now or later, when you want, if you can, or if not, on my side, I will try.
Let me try. Let me try.
So, try and we see. If it is possible, you will have a beautiful view and trip on this area. So open the screen. Big scale.
Yeah, I will. You make it full screen.
It is an incredible place because we are alone, absolutely alone, along this lake. It's unique. This is a very old village, totally renovated. We have a spa here to enjoy the free moments. We can go to swim, we can go to walk. Every morning we practice therapeutic Qigong, based on the Chinese medicine. Thanks a lot, Dimitri. So it's a short visit of the place. Thanks a lot. We can continue on the slides.
Yeah.
Next one. So our prestigious partners. A recent partnership with the GeoBios Group in France. It is the biggest natural therapy institute since a long time, because this institute has a lot of top-level trainers with master's degrees level, 7 top-level schools on the French territory, and the best level in building biology, or geobiology, we tell. two new special sectors included in this type of teaching is electrophotonic, electrophotonic and bioelectronic of Vensa, if you know. So next one. So it is a logo. Continue, next one. And some students at the end of the course, you know. It is near Bordeaux. The principal center is near Bordeaux, but they have different places in France. Next one. Our top-level partner is Senato. Senato, next one, it is European College of Naturopathy. For example, this man, Daniel Keffer, is a top-level director of this institute. And just for example, this man wrote 40 books in his life. It is totally incredible, 40 books in all his life, just motivated by his passion in the way of health, because he is a top-level teacher and he has a top-level institute with top-level professors. Next one. And it is actually the most complete learning program in France. And they are studying more than 20 topics. Next one. So, for more information about these different courses, you can write me if needed to this email, you know. You could find some publications. Just some of them are in English. I'm sorry, because it's difficult to have publications in different languages, but in this website, we put in publications, a lot of them in English, okay? And the website, you have it done. So, next topic. So, we change totally of topic. And sorry for the start of my lecture, because technical problems are not previsible. So, we will speak about a very, very specific vision of health, because, you know, in traditional Chinese medicine, they speak about the concept of sub-health. It's the first time this topic is developed during a congress, because with the COVID period, you can understand, a lot of presidential congress were cancelled. And today I have a big honor to show you that just a new way, a new vision of the health, and the different ways to access to a top-level health. Okay, next one. So my way is easy. I was osteopath. I am osteopath since a very long time, bionutritionist, UMB director, academic director of the course in university, and a member of the scientific committee in the National Health Chamber. So you have my email down. Next one. The treatment for the actual symptom. So the TCM practitioners must consider emerging diseases, because you know that in traditional Western medicine, a lot of patients have problems, and the doctors and the common specialists in France, for example, in Switzerland, in all the countries, Western countries, don't really understand what happens. He must refine his diagnosis to resolve cases in a sustainable way, and differential diagnosis is sometimes very complicated. Next one. So, the TCM must remain the basis for diagnosis. The purpose of this presentation is to consider the differential diagnosis from a new perspective and new vision. Tradition now has the possibility of using computers to refine the diagnosis. All of you understand very well because we are speaking every year around biophotonics, electrophotonics. And computer science is turned relays on tradition for knowledge in TCM and in Ayurveda. Next one. So, that healthy patients, the misunderstood of our medicine, that is a big problem. Why some patients have small problems and they are not understood by the medical doctors, by the specialists, because we don't find anything in the common analysis. They often have ill-defined symptoms. The origin of their disorders can be, for sure, multifactorial. Biological analyses are very often normal. Organic functional disorders are not constant. They often describe discomfort of pain, or for example, some pain here, some pain here, and I will give you some examples. And conventional medicine often puts them on antidepressant, because when we don't have explanations about some stage of illness, some disease, our Western medicine find the shorter way, the shortest way to give some antidepressants. So next slide. Towards a new medicine unknown to official circles. Do not forget that we are electromagnetic beings living in an electromagnetic world. What are the consequences of this? How can we effectively address this issue with our patients? Towards an elaborate protocol, we will speak about that. Next one. So, just a feedback, a very short feedback. All of you know the history of electrophotonics, but we will pass very rapidly on that. You see, a long time ago, researchers through the world worldwide found the link between the electrophotonic, sort of the human energy field and the disease. Because today with, for example, GDV or Biowell, we can find the way very fast compared to the past. Next slide. So our body are constantly emitting electrons and photons. We have a very express energy balance that takes maximum 2 minutes, 1 minute with the Biowell if we are going fast. More than 80% correlation with the conventional checkups. That is big interest for the conventional medicine vision. And we have a predictive range that is difficult to match. Next one. So we will pass very rapidly this slide. You know the picture. Next one. You see, we can do the link between the different medicine. We can. Next one. We can speak about alternative medicine, complementary medicine, integrative medicine, holistic, systemic medicine. Next one, and energy medicine. And Biowell is in the center of all of them. Next one. So that you know this picture. Next one. You know the process how the electrons discharge and with photons manage the final pictures on our computer. You know very well this drawing. Next one. And we enjoy of different vision of the health, looking for different approach like traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, Western medicine, and Biowell always do the link between them. Next one. So TCM principles. Here it is more about Sujok in Korean medicine, but the system of meridians more or less are the same. Next one. We have different programs at our disposal. Next one. Next one. Next one. Let's see, next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. And next one. So the biograms are very interesting for a specialist in electrophotonics, because when we know very well this approach by the time, we can in the first second have an idea of the stage of our patients. Because when you have a lot of problems in the energy of the patients, you can see very bad biograms. For sure, if you put the filter, you could have better pictures, but at the end, do not forget that the patients are living, we can tell, without filter, because they are living with the mind, with the emotions, with the memory of emotions, and it's very difficult to put out that definitively of the mind of the people. Next one. So you know the report at the end. Next one. And you know the table. Dr. Korotkov, you know, you have all of this table in the Biowell system. Next one. So the foundation in the process. The notion of total energy, we will see that below. The TCM approach, the biophysics, and the energy medicine. Next one. So we will speak about very fast global energy. You should know that we all have a particular and stronger or weaker organ depending on our own constitution and, for sure, present time. Our energy level often depends on the weaker organ. For example, I don't know if you have, for example, liver crisis after a big fast, all your body will be at the level of your liver. You cannot be stronger, but your liver, if your liver is very low. You understand? All of you understand that. The Biowell allows to evaluate organs' energy, and now let's see the following clinical situations. So this very simple drawing explains us how it works. Look, on the left side, you have the energy of the different organs. In this drawing, you can see the kidneys very top level and the lungs very low. You see, and this line with a small pieces of line, you see, the very fine line, is a starting of disorders or disease. You know, and when you have a normal health, for example, the first column, all is okay. The lungs are low, but it's okay. It passes, okay? But when you have a loss of energy, what happens? The lungs are coming down, and they start to be in bad position or in bad situations. So what do the classical medicine? They give special treatments, I don't know, antibiotics, some cortisone products, what I want, and after the patient seems to be better. I just tell seems to be better. But when the next disbalance will come in the time, same process, the energy, excuse me, of the lungs will go down, and he will have a new problem. And that is during all our life, it is the same process. If the energy is in a height, it's okay, it will pass. If the energy is borderline or limited, it will go down and we will develop a pathology. Okay, it was just an idea through this drawing. Next one. So it's just to repeat a little bit what I told you just before. There is a limit energy level specific of everybody below which the organ cannot work properly. Reaction if vital energy collapses, and the disease is located in the lung at the end. You understood that very well. Next one. So, if you use the symptomatic treatments, the patient's energy rises above the critical limit, but the overall energy level remains unchanged. This leads to an artificial situation. It's not possible to have a sustainable situation in the time because the energy is too much borderline. Risk of relax in case of down energy. Next one. The major advantage of the electro-biophotography. You know very well, very quick examination. If you teach before the patients, you could pass all your measurement in 1 minute only, maximum 2 minutes. Next one. Non-invasive, for sure. It's difficult to do less invasive. And very big advantage, the possibility of detecting pathologies presented at the energy level and not appearing on clinical or cellular level years before the pathology. And with my experience in biophotonics since 23 years, because when I started biophotonics, that was not with GDV, but with a very special prototype in 1999. It's very far, it was with a prototype, but every time at the end, the conclusion is the same. When you see specific signals, very aggressive signals on special organs or system, in the time, if you do not anything to help the patients will have problems. Next one. And possibility to bypass the stages of induction. That is like a miracle. We will be able to do that, and we will teach that in Aragon in September, because I will show a very easy way based on TCM. It is the transmission or transmitting the chi. And you know very well what is chi, what is energy, and the simple transmission of chi on a person could move immediately the human energy field. Next one. So, conclusion, disease is not inevitable, resulting from accumulated stresses. We must know our energy imbalances to understand where we need to work to be able to maintain the top level health, and they should be corrected as soon as possible. Next one. So, two very rapidly cases, like clinical cases, rapidly. Now, some pictures of significant cases. A Gael case. Please look for the date and the hour. Look, Gael, it was at 4:12 p.m. The first picture, and the second picture without filter. The both are without filter. It is almost 15 minutes later. Where is the difference from what it is coming, this difference of human energy field? Only by the next slide you will understand. I put to protect this man. Next one. I put in the wall this system of supply just to clean the room, and Next one. And he was sitting on this earthing mat. And I have done the second measurement as you see just before, you see? And only doing that, the difference was huge. Just for example, you can come before, please, Dimitri, to the human energy field. You see, this young man was 32 years old. And if you can show the human energy field, Dimitri, please, just before, 2 slides before, you see during 12 years, this man had a treatment of anti-epileptic pills, 12 years long. And just giving him the advice to earth his body to the earth, for sure it's a pleonasm, never later he had such disease of epilepsy. Only with this prescription. It's totally incredible, but it is true. Next one. So you can see the meridians on the old program, because you know today we have 2 columns of meridians. The meridians before absoplug connection to the wall and earthing magnet, and next one, and after the connection to the earth. It's immediate results. Next one. When we see the blood of these people, because I work with some medical doctors who have the system of electronic microscope to see the cells, the blood cells, you can see what happens with cells. It is only a system of magnetic polarization, and what happens? The deficit in oxygen is going up, and the people have a lot of problems. But the conventional exams don't show that, you see? So next one. You can check your oxygenation in blood with this type of device, you know? It's very cheap. Next one. So just an example, human energy field after 15 minutes talk on mobile phone, you can understand what happens in your body. And who has not mobile phone today? Impossible to answer because everybody has mobile phone, but the people don't think to that, and they use that many hours per day without big care. Next one. The different EMF effect on the body, you can be sure that you will have chronic fatigue, nervous and muscular tensions, headache, concentration problems, sleep disorders, dizziness, feeling of tightness, heart rhythm problems, latent depression, and general and unexplained malaise. That is worse because all the people who have that go to the doctors, the conventional doctors, and don't have answer to their problems. Next one. So all this contributes to the gradual establishment of the state of substance. Medical practice are full of them. They remain not understood by almost health care providers. They are misdiagnosed and therefore poorly treated, for sure. It's normal. They often enter a medical wandering with no way out. We, holistic therapists, all our group, must take care of them, please. Next one. Beata cases, it's a woman, beautiful woman and young, very young woman. Look the hour, please, 6:07 p.m. and 6:13 p.m. Where is the difference between the two human energy field? Same way, please, next one. Absoplug in the wall in my office, and next one, earthing. And you saw just before the difference of energy in all the body. Since 23 years, I do a lot of checking on people, checking every day with a lot of doctors. For example, here I am with 100 persons, a lot of doctors, etc. And I check all the day in different situations. When you put the connection to the earth for people, the people increase the energy, increase the balance of meridians, increase the size of chakras. It's incredible. So if you have a good earth in your home or in your office, you can try and you will see. Next one. So you see the meridians before and after, please, and you will see the difference. You see a lot of green after, a lot of green in the meridians. Next one. So after, for sure, all of you know this way of treatments on the energy of the body, effect of biocore session, binaural sounds. Next one. You will have the package on the website of Biowell. Next one. And you can see before and after the music of biocore. For sure, here it was not a big result, biggest result we had, but just to show you the difference after 9 minutes of music, biocore music. Next one. So now, last advice for you, please mind your house. Daniel Kovacic research in Sao Paulo, Brazil, gives us an interesting way to mind to our health in relation with our house and office, for sure, because we spend a lot of time in office. This approach largely explains the negative impact of water systems soiled by feces and when they pass and cross our living area. Even more, or if it is a question of the bed, the sofa, or the workplace workstation. Let's look at some explanatory diagrams. Look, next one. That is just an idea to understand what happens. When you have soiled water with feces, you have a septic tube crossing in the ground. Next one. If you spend several hours a day, several days a week during 2 years, you could have problems. But at the start, it is not a big illness. For sure, it's, you are just tired, you understand why, etc. You don't understand why, because all your life is normal out of this problem. And this problem is down the ground, down your house. Next one. And you see the places in the house, you know them, a bed, a sofa, working place, etc. Next one. You can imagine down the red line, you could have a tube with dirty water. And if this water is coming from toilets, for example, it crosses, for example, on the left side of the bed here. And if Madam is sleeping here, Madam will be very tired and Mr. no. Why? Because it's a difference of energy at the vertical of the dirty water. Next one. Same for that with the sofa, you understand? Next one. So, conclusion. Where does the disease manifest itself? Usually in the weakest part of organ of the body. Taking into account the different parameters that can affect vitality and the energy field on a daily basis is a must to recover perfect health and to forget definitively the sub-health. Because for me, actually, in our century, I can ensure you that we have a link between all these pollutions and our health and balance. Thank you to Biowell for allowing us to do this. Next one. So you could have more information about the Daniel Kovacic approach on this website, please. It is coming from Brazil, BR, and it is a top-level website showing many cases of problems, big problems, cancer, etc. Next one. So if you need more information at the end, you can write me on this email. Thanks a lot for your attention. Next one and the last one. And thanks to you all for your interest and attention. Thanks you to the Congress organization to offer a fast track between traditional medicine and tomorrow medicine. Thank you to invite an audience of such great quality, and see you soon in our different seminars. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Christian. Good presentation. And even those who were not acquainted with the Biowell now know it. So I can see that Dr. Kortkov has joined us. Okay, Konstantin, I will turn on the sound for you. It's now on. So now we pass over the word to Dr. Kortkov, and it's an hour for his presentation. Enjoy it, and here you go.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm glad that we are again together, and then we can proceed our tradition with our congresses. And of course, we try to do our best, and all our team, first of all, Dmitry Orlov is doing everything to organize everything, to organize it. So today, as usually, as every year, I want to give you some overview what was done and what is going on, and to share some ideas. Okay, so let's go to my presentation. Okay, here we are. Okay, so now we can see it, yes? Okay, so Biowell development in this year. So now we live in very unusual time. We live in the times of change. And always when we have this time, it is a lot of problems that we experience. And first of all, it is natural disasters. If we look to this, what's going on this year, it is really unusual. We have floods, and you know that in Bangladesh, it was more than 5 million people who was left homeless. It was hundreds of people died in the flood. We have big fires in different countries. We have deserts that are coming. We have global warming, and it's really a global process. We have huge ecology problems, and still we contaminate our nature. We totally changed our environment, totally, and unfortunately in a very bad way. So we are losing our environment. We don't have any more natural forests. We don't have any more natural landscapes. We have artificial, very bad, very dirty landscape. Now we have a new problem. We have war, and it's not only for Ukraine and Russia. It is for the worldwide, because it is a new wall between Russia, between other countries and European countries. And of course, it has tremendous negative influence to all the world, because you know that prices are going up. First stage was this COVID program. This project was very, very efficient to destroy our economy worldwide. And now you see prices are coming up for everything. First of all, for gas, for oil, and it's worldwide process, and it's impossible to stop it. So we live in really very dangerous time of transformation. So what can we do? We can only use our internal power. We can only use our spiritual power. We can use love, compassion, tranquility, and forgiveness. This is the only topics that we can use in what we can do in these very dangerous and bad times. And Biowell, our community, is one of the way how altogether we can develop. So regardless of all these problems, of all these situations that we had worldwide, we have very good development in Biowell. So in this 1 year, we have increase of number of active Biowell users by 22%. So it's really not bad. Sales has grown up to 50%. And we need to tell that we have very good teams in different countries. And for example, Christian, who was presenting just now with very interesting presentation, he is one of the best. We have very good presenters. We have very good distributors in different countries, in the United States, in South America, in many, many different countries. So by the end of the Congress tomorrow, we'll maybe make some special awards for the best people. We did 4 software updates, and you know that our software now looks absolutely different, totally different from what it was before. We had first university course in Spain with university diplomas, and you know that many people, they passed this course. It was not easy. It was very complicated. This autumn, in October, we have second course, and we'll move it forward. So it was found very efficient. We published 18 new papers and videos, and they you can find them in our Hive on iomap.club. 61 seminars, webinars was conducted worldwide. That is 35% more than in previous year. So before, it was mostly Mitya Orlov who was trying to do this. Now we have many teachers, many really very well prepared people who can do it in different countries. And this is really what we are going to do. But that's our goal. Very important topic, very, very important topic. Finally, we have got Microsoft license. Finally. So now, and it will be encrypted in the Biowell software in the next release. And Biowell software is now available on Apple Store. So if before some people had problems when they installed our software on Apple, first of all, on Windows as well, now we have overcome it. We got license for Apple. It was very complicated process, you can believe me. And we have license for Windows as well. So it took us more than a year, but we did it. And now, what's again very important, new Biowell software and Biowell devices are fully compatible with the newest MacBook with M1 chip, and now it will be M2 chips. So again, it took a lot of efforts, and we need to thank, first of all, again, Dmitry Orlov, because he did a lot of very clever, complicated development and adjustment, and it was finally done. So we have 11 new distributors, and we have more subscribers to our YouTube channel. So it's grown practically twice, up to 47%. So you see, all in all, results for this year are very good, all in all. And we have very big plans for this year. Now, maybe it's too early to tell about all the plans, but I am sure that by the end of the year, we'll be able to present some really very interesting development. And it's going on, everything. We are moving forward step by step, but we hope it will be done. And now I want to show you to pay attention to a couple of topics. First of all, I pay attention to this paper. You can find this paper, it's published, you can find it in iomap.club. And this paper was presented together with my student. She's a very talented lady, and she defended her PhD this year. It was very complicated process, PhD on psychology. And this is not just about Arctic zone. This paper gives very precise correlation between Biowell measurements, heart rate variability, HRV measurements, and psychological measurements. So it's one of the more proof that all these methods, they are very well correlated. And, you know, in most of our research, in our laboratories, in our centers, we are using in parallel Biowell and HRV. And sometimes, of course, if we use electroencephalography as well, but it's much more complicated, of course. So all these methods, they reflect a variation of the human energy field. Would it be related to heart in HRV or in overall energy field, like in Biowell? So that's very important correlation, and I really suggest you, if you do some research, to pay attention to this paper. Another interesting paper that I pay attention to, this is paper that we did with our colleagues from Canada. This is idea to develop quantum approach to consciousness and to alter the state of consciousness. Because we did a lot of research on consciousness, on altered states in previous years, and we are moving forward in current research with this. And this paper gives an overview of some data, and it gives some framework of theoretical discussion. So if you are interested in this field, I really ask you to look to this paper. Then we have, as we told, many other papers, but you can have a look. But now, next topic, those are our development. Now, finally, we were able to develop this Biowell element. I will show you a little video that will give you some. Hello, everybody. I am Professor Konstantin Korotkov, and today I want to show you our new device, Biowell element device. This device allows us to measure water, liquids, different stuff, and this device designed for experiment. And we have a special program. It's the name of this program, Biowell element, which allows us to measure these different substances. So for the beginning, we take off this cover, we apply special cover, which allows to use different systems. Now let's connect, for example, a metal cylinder. Okay, so we apply this metal cylinder on the electrode. And what's important, we always take all the measurements with thin plastic film laying on the electrode, because electrode is very expensive, so we need to be careful with this. And we go to settings. Now I go to images, setting. And here in settings, I can change different parameters. I can change the level of black. I can change some parameters, power, and the most important for us is power. So let's get image and let's see what we have here. Okay. Okay. So now I have to interrupt myself because it's quite a long video, but this video is specially designed for people who will be using this Biowell element. So as I've told, this is for water, leaves, different just in one of our university, we study little mouses, we can study cats, dogs. So it's a lot of different applications. And we are now ready to present this new device, and now it will be available. Next topic that I want to discuss today, this is a topic of measuring environment and human emotions with Sputnik. Because we know that many people now use Sputnik. And we have many, many questions about this topic. That is why I decided that I spent next maybe 40 minutes describing this topic. So, you know this, we have several different models of Sputnik. The latest model is very convenient for use. It is very nice, finally. And it's based on the idea of 5 elements of nature. So in principle, with Biowell, we can measure all those 5 elements of nature. And we do this in our research. Both with Sputnik and with different electrodes. For example, you can put just metal stick in the tree, and that you are measuring wood. or you can put some stick in earth or stone, and you are measuring earth, ground, and water, of course, as well. And the principle of Sputnik, it is the principle of resonance contours. So inside Biowell system, we have a resonance contour. In principle, it's like a Tesla coil. And when we apply very short impulse, electrical impulse, to the initial coil, we have high voltage impulse on the secondary coil. But the idea that the secondary coil is open, it's not closed. That is why it allows us to emit standing electromagnetic waves in space. So every impulse generates this group of standing waves. And they distribute in space, and it doesn't matter would it be in some room, in some premises, or outside. And then propagation of those space, of those waves, depend on the condition of environment. So it depends on different parameters. We'll discuss it. I will tell a couple of words about this. And for example, depending on the room, depending on the environment, we'll have different signal, different propagation, and different connection. So different capacitance. And let's imagine we have a person staying in the room. Everybody of us, we are conductive subjects, because we have some conductivity of our skin, and different people have, of course, different conductivity. So we have conductivity, and that's why we change propagation of those electromagnetic waves. And let's imagine this person has emotions. It means it change sympathetic parasympathetic balance, and it change the conductivity of our skin. So it changed propagation of electromagnetic waves. If there are a group of people, then of course, it's even maybe stronger effect. So this is a physical explanation of Sputnik principles. And this principle allows us to understand why, when we do meditation, we can take some measurements. But of course, we have many other effects that are not explainable in this by this model. So it is much more complicated. We believe that in principle, Sputnik operates on quantum principles. But of course, it's another story. Read my paper that I presented before. But in reality, we are measuring metal cylinder. We are measuring photons coming from metal cylinder. Please keep this in mind. So all the information we extract from discharge in the air that comes around this metal cylinder, very well known to you. And of course, this discharge depends on parameters of air. And first of all, it depends on humidity and temperature. This course shows us that the higher the temperature, the more humid may be the air. That is why when we are in far north of Canada or of Russia, in Siberia or north in Yakutsk, air is very, very dry. And it's very well known that if you have wet clothes, you can put it in cold weather, in cold, in frost, and it will be dry quite soon. But when you are in a very warm area, in very high temperature, then air would be very humid. And that's why, again, it's very well known that very often, sometimes you have all your stuff is wet when you are in those areas. So it means that Sputnik signal depends on humidity, and it means temperature, altitude, because again, with altitude, we have different humidity and different parameters, and air contents. So if we have many gases in the air, it changes parameters. That's why when we are measuring from our finger, one of the parameter that has strong influence, that's our emanation of gases from our skin, because we smell and it means gases, and every dog can feel it. So you see, it's so many parameters. That's why when we take measurements, for example, in Hong Kong, humidity is 70%, sea level And when we're measuring in Colorado, humidity 15% to 1,000 feet altitude, 1,000 to about 2,000 or even 4,000 feet altitude. So it means, of course, different parameters. And this is the principle of our calibration. Because when we do calibration, it means we are measuring parameters of photons emanated by metal cylinder, and we assume that those parameters should be absolutely same in different conditions, both in Hong Kong and in Colorado, because this metal cylinder has no emotions, has no ideas, so it should be absolutely the same. That is why that's the principle of calibration. But when you do measurement with Sputnik, of course, you need to take special procedure. And first of all, the areas of application, those are energy active zones, historical places, ancient monuments, meditation, and influence of different devices. Those are areas of application of Sputnik. And let's see what we can do and how we can do it in different situations. Let's start from meditation. That's very interesting process, and Sputnik may be very, very efficient, both for training your meditation process, because the more efficient you are in your meditation, the more you will see effect on Sputnik. And of course, by measuring different process, collective process, we'll talk about. So what we do, how we do this measurement. First of all, we do calibration. That's obligatory. With Biowell devices, Biowell 2, calibration takes just seconds. So we always ask you, please do calibration every day. We had long discussion with our team, with Dmitry, first of all, and other people. Dmitry wanted to block activity of the device if people don't do calibration. Then we decided, no, it's too tough. We are still in freedom society, so we don't need to block it. No, but we need to give a warning. So if you don't do calibration in appropriate way, then we put you right. Please do calibration, you know this, with new software. So that's a good way. So first calibration, then measurements in environmental mode. So take some measurement in the background before you start your meditation, and then in the meditation process. And then compare before and after. So then we are using different parameters, and we in Sputnik we use always parameters like area, energy, obligatory standard deviation, and entropy. In principle, standard deviation, entropy, they are interrelated. Area and energy, they are not interdependent, because you know that energy is multiplication of area to frequency. So you know these formulas, you can find it in our papers. Standard deviation is very, very important parameter. In principle, it gives us a lot of information. Entropy, the derivation from standard deviation, but still it may be useful. So I pay attention to this paper. This paper was published this year, just recently. And the idea was as follows. We had seminars. One seminar was done with Christian border in France. No, not in France, in Madrid. It was during our course on in the university. Another meditation measurement was done in Mexico City. It was organized by our dear colleague and friend Victor Hugo Arguelles. And in both cases, we have a group of people. It was about 30 plus people, and we have several instruments. So idea for our workshops for advanced level, it's not just lecturing, it's not just presentation, but it's very active work with instruments. So we ask everybody to bring their Biowell, we ask them to bring their computers, and we all work together. with different exercises, with different trainings. And then we can see how you can do it, what you do right, what you can do wrong. We can test what's your devices. And of course, it gives you hand-on experience, and it gives us understanding what we do right and what we need to improve in our activity. So in this case, it was 9 Sputnik devices with computers standing in one room in Madrid and 5 in Mexico City. And please have a look. These are the results of measurements in Madrid for 9 instruments. If you have a look, you see that this was practically no effect. This was very strong effect. This was practically, again, very little effect or practically no effect. In all others, it was some effect. And pay attention, please pay attention. In most cases, the area dropped down, in most cases. In some cases, it was some increase, but it's not very significant. But in Mexico City, it was different. Again, in one instrument, it was no effect. In one, it was increase of signal, and even in two. In 2 instruments, it was decrease in signal. So what does it mean? It means that, first of all, instruments, Sputnik, responds to the environment. And it is staying nearby some people. And it is people influence some particular people. So that's why if we look to entropy, we see a really big change in entropy for 8 instruments. In Madrid, you see really dramatic change. 1 instrument didn't respond. And for all 5 instruments in Mexico City. It means that, what does mean? Again, let's make it more careful, more precise. What does mean area? Area, it is amount of photons emitted by metal cylinder that we detect and we calculate. And entropy, it is derivation from standard deviation, from variation of signal. So we see in this case, variation of signal was much more significant compared with amount of photons. So it depends. If we look to graphs, you see it may be area, you see it maybe here it's very clear. It was before, for about 15 minutes, and after. And you see very clear effect. Decrease of signal and increase of signal. Again, if we compare this signal with latest, of course, we see a very big effect. Here again, we see decrease of signal or increase in signal. It's Madrid workshop, Mexico City workshop. And Mexico City, very strong jump of signal and some slow decrease, but then again drop down after some time. So it means again that it shows us when we have one instrument measuring meditation, we can always claim, oh, it was some variations. It was some non-significant variations. But if we have several instruments responding, then we understand it's really significant effects. At the same time, every instrument has different effect because meditation is not one at the same process for all the people. It is many, many different types of meditations. Different teachers teach different types of meditation. Different people can do it differently. So that's why if people sit with closed eyes and relaxed, it doesn't mean they meditate deep. It's totally different. And this measurement allows us to understand it. What is it really efficient or is it just imagination? So that's, we have a lot of experience of this kind, maybe now hundreds of measurements of the different meditation in different countries, and it's really very interesting. Another interesting topic that I've told, this is energy active zones, because our Earth, it is very interesting subject. We have tremendous influence to our Earth. from the cosmos. So we are part of cosmic process. First of all, sun, of course, it's our nearest, it's our strongest, and all our life depends on sun. Moon as well, and you know that all the nature respond to moon cycles, and we are part of nature, so we responded more or less strong. Then we have a lot of influences from cosmos, both from our solar system and from the universe, from our galactica. So it is shown now, it's proven that it's really significant effect due to Einstein concept, Einstein theory. And those are external influences, but we have tremendous internal influence. Our Earth, it's not just a piece of rock. It is very, very life system, very active energetic system. We don't know what's going on inside. We have some concept, some theory, but maybe it's totally wrong. And I believe it's most of scientists, they think that's totally wrong. But still, we know we have volcanoes, we have movement of the Earth's crest, we have activity of, so it's a life system. And that's why we feel it on the surface. And even gravity. It is shown now that gravity is not the same all over the Earth. We have low spots of gravity, for example, in the coast of India, and some very high spots in South Pacific Ocean. And it's absolutely unknown why it happens. I've been once to Australia, and I was invited to one place, and we came to one road. It was a slope on the road, and they put a ball, and ball ran down along the slope. Then they pour water, and water came up along the slope. So how we can explain it? No explanation. It's only some guess. So it means that we are under the influence of different processes, moon cycles, solar eclipses, strong change of weather, earthquakes, electromagnetic environment. And you remember I mentioned you how many parameters influence our readings. So that is why we can take readings, we can do it at some particular moment, and then we need to understand how to evaluate this. We have a lot of results at our website, and you can have a look at this. Of course, you know, you can download a lot of papers, and we try to add more papers, and they are about environmental measurements, meditation, distant intention. So it's all available, and if you are interested in this, of course, you have a look. But I give you an example only of the latest paper. This paper was published this year again, just recently, and it was a paper about the influence of pyramids. Because you know that pyramids, it's very big part of our ancient history. Not to tell about Egyptian pyramids, but now that pyramids exist worldwide in different countries. And that's why for many, many years, I was interested in pyramids, and I was interested to study pyramids. And after several years, I was able to collect data and was able to present this as a paper. So let's start briefly description of different these cases. Bosnian pyramids. I met this wonderful person, Dr. Semas Managic, and he is archaeologist. He has a PhD on archaeology in the American University. And then he was originally from Bosnia, and he came back to his country, and he told that this big wall, this mountain, this is the pyramid. And this is nearby a very little city in Bosnia, Visoko. And he started excavations using his own money, because he was able to raise his money being in the United States. And he found those huge slabs like this. And he claimed that this is a pyramid. I came there, I was looking into this, but I was not strongly impressed because in the mountains, being a professional mountaineer, I've seen many different mountain types, and then some slabs of this kind I've seen in the mountains. But later on, he took me to another pyramid, moon pyramid. It was sun pyramid, another moon pyramid, and there it was no doubt that this is man-made. Absolutely no doubts. For example, they made excavation and it's clear artificial structure. So it's clear that it's different layers of artificial structures. Then when he done excavations on different levels of this pyramid, he found this type of tiling, like a road coming along the pyramid. Of course, he didn't have enough resources to make all excavations, but in different areas where he did this excavation, he found these different slabs, the different tiles, and of different size, but it's absolutely clear it's man-made and made by ancient civilization. So now they found 3 pyramids, and you know that the 3 pyramids, they create practically a perfect triangle because it's maybe inside the circle, and of course it's possible to go there to take measurements. But later on, Dr. Osmanagic was able to find not only pyramids of this kind, but to find tunnels. So local people, the local boys demonstrated him some cave, and being very highly trained archaeologist, he found that it's not just a cave, but those are tunnels, but tunnels filled with earth. And for now, practically for 8 years, they do excavations. They opened a lot of those tunnels. Again, no doubt that it's man-made, no doubt, because there are some walls that cover some other side tunnels. Now they excavated several kilometers of those tunnels, and most of those tunnels, as I've told, they were covered with earth and debris. And being inside these tunnels, you feel wonderful. You feel some type of excitement, because they found that in those tunnels is very high concentration of negative ions. So it is very good for human health, for breathing. And of course, we did many measurements. It is absolutely a difference. Sun pyramid has the highest energy. Moon pyramid has a little bit lower, but still very high. In one of the tunnels, it's practically the same level of energy as in Moon pyramid, and then in different areas. And of course, at the basement, the energy is very low. And we have the notion of activity of the environment. So in all the tunnels, this parameters was on very high range. Stone circle, this is a circle outside of different special stones, and you see its activity there is not very good. And when we've been measuring people, and now the team of Dr. Osmanagic, they use Biowell for practically everybody who are coming there. It's a measurement for 50 people, and you see for all the people, level of stress coming down, energy increasing. So it is all parameters improvement, tremendous improvement. And you can see it on chakras, you can see it on energy field, you can see it on all our parameters. And now they are using their center as some type of healing center. So people are coming there, they're coming there for treatment. And they claim, and you can find a lot of testimonials on their website, that a lot of people has very, very positive effect. So that is Bosnia. Another very important and very well-known place, this is Teotihuacan. It's part of great history of Mexico. And in Teotihuacan, in pyramids, it was great civilization that existed for several thousand years, that dominated huge territory. And now it's very well excavated. Now you can go there, you can climb pyramids. So it's interesting, very interesting place. And we did measurements over there several times. But what's interesting, quite recently, it was found against those pyramids down there. Those tunnels, it was 2 tunnels found during earthquake, and those tunnels again, they were covered with earth and debris. So it is absolutely clear that some people closed those tunnels. And I was invited by Dr. Gomez. This is the main archaeologist of this, who excavated those tunnels. And we came there, we did measurements, both on pyramids and in the tunnels. And it was absolutely clear that energy was very high at the pyramids and very low, in this case, in tunnels. But in pyramids, on the top of sun pyramid, moon pyramid, circular pyramid, the energy was much, much higher compared with the energy in the hotel. Then last year, we did big trip in Mexico. By car, we traveled from Mexico City to the Yucatan through different areas. And of course, in all those ways, it took us 10 days or 11 days. In all those travels, we were able to visit ancient sites and to take measurements over there. So it was Monte Alban. Monte Alban, it's a fantastic place. It's a site of Toltec civilization, very ancient civilization. It existed for more than 3,000 years. And when you come there, you feel it, this energy. Then Palenque, again, very famous place. Uxmal, fantastic pyramids, fantastic place. Chichen Itza, one of the most famous in this area. And in all those areas, what we do, we take measurements first in the hotel. And you see these blue lines, those are measurements in the hotel, just nearby the pyramid. And then we take measurements in the pyramidal complex in different places. So we use 2 modes in this case. First, as I've told, obligatory, we make calibration in the hotel, because there typically we have good Wi-Fi. That's obligatory. Then we go to the site and we take measurements either in the environmental mode for 12-13 minutes on every spot, or if we don't have time, we take measurements in 1 finger mode for 50 times in 1-2 seconds interval. So depending on your time, because you understand, if you have 12 minutes for every spot, that's okay. But sometimes we don't have this time, so we need to take this much faster, and then you use 1 finger mode. But what's important, please try to do it without people around, because people may have very strong influence on your measurements. So, and you see, in all those places, in all the sacral places, the energy in the pyramidal complex was much higher than the energy of outside. So it shows us that all those places with pyramids, they have very special energy that is really much higher than the energy outside of this complex. Then next year again, we were able to go to Belize. Belize, it's a little country between Guatemala and Mexico. And this is tremendously interesting country. It is one of the most fantastic countries I ever been. In this country, they have forests, jungles, they have mountains, they have very distinct nature, they have rivers, they have wonderful seashore with second biggest coral reef, barrier reef in the world after Australian barrier reef. And if you swim there, you can see fantastic animal sea creatures. You can swim with sharks, with turtles. So it's amazing. And travel in Belize is very interesting because they have a lot of Mayan complexes. And we were able to visit Mayan complexes that are very well kept. And what's important, in Belize, you can climb to the top of every pyramid. In Mexico, it is impossible now. It's closed because there are millions of people and they preserve it. So it's very clever. In Belize, it's not so many people and you can climb it. And you see they have amazing subjects over there. Amazing. They are very well preserved. And you can go there. It's a whole, it's not just one pyramid. It's a whole complex of pyramids. And we've been there together with our dear friend Victor, with his girlfriend. And we were able to visit different pyramids and to make measurements over there. And again, please have a look. This is energy outside of pyramid in different places, but outside, and those are energy in different pyramidal complexes. And you see the difference. It is absolutely clear statistical difference. Again, no doubt that these pyramids have influence. But the question is whether this is influence of the complex itself, of the geometrical form, or this is influence of some ancient emotions. Because we know that in ancient buildings, in temples, in churches, in mosques, we have some energy transformed by human emotion for centuries. So that is why I was lucky last year to go to Siberia, because in Siberia we have energy, we have pyramid in Siberia. There are city of Tomsk, and in this city people built artificial pyramids several years ago. The constructor was Valery Uvarov. This guy, he is very much interested in ancient civilizations, in particular in Egyptian civilization. He has very clear idea how pyramids should be organized. So he created idea. He told that at the top of pyramid should be this huge crystal. And he was able to persuade one Siberian businessman, person who has a lot of money, who is quite rich person, and this person decided to build this pyramidal complex. So they have main pyramid and they have satellite pyramids. So they have idea at some moment they plan to make something around. Maybe it will be some living place, maybe it will be some entertainment place. Still, it's not decided yet because it was a lot of fighting with church in Tomsk. And this pyramid, it is artificial. So it's 13 meters high, 43 feet. And inside, this is hollow. So inside, it's just a construction. And there are several levels of this pyramid inside. So you can be inside, you can walk there, you can stay there, and they use it for meditation. Being inside, they believe that there are some energy coming from this huge crystal from the top. And we did measurements. So you see, the highest level of energy was measured outside of pyramid. Just nearby of pyramid, but outside. Then at different levels, at the highest level, energy was lower, but still very high, much higher than in the hotel, because in the hotel it was like this. And on the level 1 and 3, it was absolutely same energy as in the hotel. So again, if you look to this picture, so this is the 4th level. This was high energy. Outside again was very high energy, and this level energy was practically same as in the hotel. And on the level 2 it was even lower. So again, it shows us that pyramid, it's not just piece of junk or piece of stone. It is very, very complicated structure. And we know this first of all from pyramids of Giza, because they have very complicated construction inside. They have chambers, they have tunnels inside, they have very special system inside. So it's clear that this is organized not at random. It is special system designed to energy influence. We don't know which influence, but it's absolutely clear. Unfortunately, we had only a couple of days to take these measurements, so we was unable to repeat it, but I hope that one day in Tomsk they will make some really systematic research of this topic. And very interesting as well, we put one sensor inside the pyramid, and it was operated for 44 hours non-stop. And only then, after we finished these measurements, we were able to make analysis of data. And you see what was absolutely clear. It was at this moments 1, 3, and 1, 2, 3. It was moments when people were inside the pyramid. So again, it's absolutely clear that people has very strong effect. So again, if we take measurements of some environmental situations, of some sacred subjects, we need to do it without people around. Try to find this place, because that's why it doesn't make sense to take measurements in Stonehenge, because there are thousands of people all the time over there. But when we took measurements in different places in not only crop circles, but in different places in Peru, in Mexico, in in Cambodia, in Vietnam, on sacred places, then we always was able to find very interesting data. And our colleagues present their own data on these measurements, so it shows it's very interesting. So again, we need to understand that Sputnik, it's a very sensitive instrument. It has a lot of development during all those years, and the first idea that they've developed in 1980s up till now, it was tremendous transformation. But now we have very, very distinct device. It is well designed now. Finally, I like this design. It works very precise. We need to rely on these measurements, but please remember what I've told in the very beginning. There are a lot of parameters that influence Sputnik measurement. So that's why we need to compare measurements at the moment. Next moment, next day, several other days, it may be different parameters. And one of our colleagues, Vadim Seidov, he was measuring with Sputnik every morning, and he found that it reflects moon cycles very clear. We know that, and we have many data, a lot of data that reflects solar eclipses. It reflects different turmoil in the atmosphere. We have a group of people who are measuring earthquakes with Sputnik, and they can predict earthquakes 2-3 days before it starts. So still this is research stage, but it's possible to do it. So I'm sure that we can do it all together, because Sputnik now is available. Everybody can have it. And if you do this type of measurements, please send us your data. Our next level would be, we are developing this new device. This is Biowell Mini, designed for mobile phone. We have the device for now more than practically for 2 years now, but it was a big delay due to this COVID situation, because one of the outcome of the COVID, maybe you know, of course, this is a lack of electronic components. A lot of plants, a lot of factories, they stop operations, and that's why it was big shortage of electronic components for many companies. And first of all, it was shortage of Bluetooth chips. Recently, Chinese industry was able to develop their own Bluetooth chip. So finally, we got this Bluetooth chip. Finally, we were able to reinstall it in our system, to redesign, of course, also all hardware. And we hope that in some time, we'll be able to put this Sputnik on the market, to put this device on the market. And you can use it as Biowell, of course, for measuring human energy, but you can use it for Sputnik measurements as well. And one of the advantage of using this mobile device with Sputnik, that we can detect coordinates of the place. It is much more complicated. It's possible, but more complicated with computer, but it's very easy with mobile phone. This then will be able to fulfill our vision, my idea, to make energy map of the Earth, to take measurements in different parts of the Earth through mobile phone, to detect coordinates, and to implement this on the active map. And this way we'll be able to have not only just map of measurements as we do now in our website, but we would be able to make it as very map that will be interactive. So this is our next step, and I hope that maybe we'll be able to finish it by the end of this year, I hope, but if not, then next year for sure. So as you see, we have a lot of new ideas, we have a lot of new development, and that's why thank you for the attention. Be happy and see you tomorrow and next time as well. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we have.
Okay, thank you very much, Konstantin, and well, very good presentation and good wishes for us to manifest all these things that you're talking about in the New Year's. And now we're going to the next speaker, Dr. Contreras Rosa from Honduras. And the thing is that we will be forced to show the video recorded presentation by him because he cannot, activate the microphone now due to technical reasons. But he has pre-recorded his presentation, so we will just watch it together with you. We had to, change the schedule, as I have told you earlier today in the beginning. So, and it will be a half-an-hour presentation by Dr. Contreras, and then it will be a half-an-hour presentation by me. And then we will continue with Tiffany Barsotti, and I have seen that Tiffany has already joined us. So let's go and watch the video.
Hello, I'm very glad to be with you at this important Biowell Congress. My conference is related to biological methods and manifestation of human energy in restoring health. In recent decades, two apparent opposite systems have emerged in medicine that can be implemented for the purpose of health maintenance and recovery when the delicate balance of homeostasis is lost. These systems are basically orthodox facultative allopathic medicine and alternative and complementary biological medicine. The medical care of nearly 30,000 patients during 45 years of continuous professional medical practice is analyzed and intertwined by the author at his Biological Medical Center in Siguatepeque, Honduras. The foundation of this experience is based on the constitutive systems of the human being, from the subtle to the concrete strata described as follows: the atmic of the soul and of the spirit, the mental or the human mind, the akashic or the akashic record, the astral or the astral body, the aural or human aura, that of the chakras or luminous electromagnetic center, the energy system of traditional Chinese acupuncture, the quantum with its subatomic particles of the physical body, the cellular system forming tissues, organs, and viscera, the muscles, skeletal, and other body support tissues, and the central nervous system, brain, and spinal cord with their peripheral nerves, and the autonomic nervous system, and of course, also the circulatory. The skin, which is energy system of the aura minoris and its own bioelectrical activities and its annexes, such as nail, hair, and sebaceous and sweat glands. Together, the situation of the natural environment in which the patient lives, the family and social environments, and the abnormal situation of other organs that affect health are considered. In the medical records, the general data of the patient, the reason for their consultation, and the history of previous illness, traumatisms, and surgeries, gynecological and obstetric antecedents, underlying diseases, and the medication they use are broken down. Also, antecedents of parents, sons, and daughters, and close relatives, and the stressful situation they have had or currently have, such as smoking, alcoholism, and other drugs, including medications. Then, predominant miasmas and characteristic of homeopathic constitutional remedies and signs that are found on physical examination from head to toe are noted, giving importance to the search for deformities in the skull, such as depression and bulges, scars, and others. Thus, maybe fields interference in the style of Huneke neural therapy and under the concept of craniosacral therapy. Changes are sought in the ocular irises, in the tongue, in the teeth and palates, and in Valdeyer's tonsillar circuit and the sinus area. Dr. Walter Unicke and Ferdinand Unicke, fathers of the neural therapy in Germany. Neck palpation is very important to discover alterations in the cervical vertebra, such as Adler's sign of neurofocal dentistry, and their correlation with teeth and molars, especially wisdom teeth, passing to the anterior neck to detect lymph nodes and changes in the thyroid gland. In addition to the supraclavicular spaces in the trunk of the body, auscultation of the heart and lungs, as well as the abdomen, without forgetting the pressure of the navel to detect if it is painful and if the pain irradiates to other abdominal areas, and the surgical scar are explored and drawn in the file for being a frequent cause of energy leakage to outer space. If the female patient requires a gynecological examination, it must be performed. Such frequently reveals various alterations, And in the case of men, we perform the prostate examination in order to detect interfering fields to the energy circuit according to Chinese acupuncture and Huneke neural therapy. A very important exploration is that of the spine to see positional changes, scoliosis, and kyphosis, cervical and thoracolumbar spasms, and alteration of the sacral coccygeal area. And then the upper and lower extremities, their osteotendinous reflexes and traumas such as ankle sprains that it is usual that they are not healed, and the scars are still small like those of general BCG vaccines. We also see the changes in the nails and fingers, in the palm and soles in consideration of reflexology. We move on the vital sign of blood pressure, body temperature, height, weight, heart, and respiration rate. We appreciate the appearance and vitality, timbre of the voice, gestures of body mechanisms. We try to appreciate miasmatic and constitutional tendencies according to the classical homeopathy, an inspection of the changes in the tone. We palpate the Chinese pulse to make an input diagnosis. We come to the review of laboratory radiological tomography and magnetic resonance studies, among others, and those indicated by us, such as the pH of saliva, to detect the acidity and alkalinity of body fluids. We measure oxygenation with digital oximetry and monitoring of cardiac waves to confirm the good cardiac and pulmonary function in the patient. Prior to other studies, we focus on clinical diagnosis if possible, and it is quite frequent that we carry out an analysis of the interpretative pathophysiological chain, globalizing the data of the clinical history. We explain to the patient and his companion his case, and we give him recommendation and others to study that are needed to specify diagnosis, such as the coagulated blood drop test or HLB, an acronym for Dr. Haytham Leonard Bollen of the USA. You can see some pictures about the normal test, small, vitamin C deficiency, intercalcemia, and so more. Bollen was a medical researcher who developed it in the 1940s and 1950s to investigate the morphological changes seen under microscope related to toxic oxygen species present in many diseases, giving rise to antioxidant therapy. We have digital iridology to see the observable morphological changes in the irises of the eyes in acute, subacute, and chronic forms in the tissues, and neurovegetative, visceral, osteoarticular, circulatory, and skin systems. Digital iridology details in an extending way the sign of various diseases, such as they are studied in the books and other publications of iridology, constituting the examination an excellent aid in clinical diagnosis. With full electroacupuncture, EAB type electronic devices, we can measure the general body energy, the balance of the upper and lower quadrants, and of the right and left side of the body, and we can measure the acupuncture points in the hands and feet, and any another like Dr. Reinhold Paul did in Germany. And we do. all worldwide, as disciples of this great genius of alternative and complementary medicine, without forgetting the Japanese Ryodoraku system. Something important is to measure the dental phytogalvanism in metallic mercurial amalgams, cause of poisoning and diseases at a distance that is outside the mouth. During my biological medical practice, patients have been duly documented, analyzed, and treated with the application of unique or combined medical, alternative, and natural techniques. The following are cases treated with me with these medical approaches. My first patient, upon returning to Honduras in 1975, with a specialty in traditional Chinese acupuncture from the Medical University of China in Taiwan, was a 52-year-old adult with a history of oral lesions due to aftas, commonly called fires, with several years of evolution. I treat him only with acupuncture at point large intestine 4 and stomach 4, located on the hands and on the sides of the corner of the lips, since these points treat excess heat or fire in the body. He returned a month later, happy, very happy, because the lesion disappeared and did not present them again. A 2-year-old male patient with rectal prolapse every time he defecated, and that was cured with a single moxibustion treatment in the cranial vertex, 0.220 by weight, to energize the DO channel or governor vessel that goes from the anus and rectal area to the head. A 5-year-old patient with sleepwalking that disappeared after Huneke neural therapy treated the epigastric scar after having been operated on the pyloric stenosis a few days after birth. A 7-year-old patient suffering from infantile cerebral palsy after being vaccinated against measles, which damaged her brain, and receiving the homeopathic remedy morbillinum caused said moxa to break out on her skin, improving her disability condition. A 13-year-old patient with blindness due to panophthalmia in her right side, recovering in a few days after removing a dental rest between the upper right canine and the fourth premolar, accompanied by Huneke neural therapy in the sphenopalatine ganglion on the same side and periocular points. A 14-year-old male patient with asthma since he was 2 years old that gradually improved with alternative treatment and was completely cured with Niehan's stem cell therapy. Now, a very successful 40-year-old professional in the diplomatic service. A 16-year-old patient with symptoms and signs of Guillain-Barré recovered with acupuncture treatments, neural therapy, and the homeopathic remedy, Helsemium. A 16-year-old female patient, a basketball player with pain in the flank and lower right limb for 6 months due to misalignment of dorsal vertebra 6, treated with chiropractic adjustment that led to the disappearance of that permanent pain. an 18-year-old patient with grand mal type epilepsy, whose study reveals the presence of 4 wisdom teeth include that disappear when removed under surgery. An adult male patient with insomnia of 27 years of evolution, treated with auricular electroacupuncture that led to healing. An adult male patient, persistent smoker that for more than 30 years, treated with ear medicine that cured his addiction without smoking again. A Belgian male patient with a very good physical constitution, suffering from the left sciatic pain without apparent cause, treated with exodoncia in the lower left premolar fold that showed necrotic root, eliminating his sciatic. Adult patient woman, a secondary school teacher, disabled due to very intensive right sciatic and without apparent cause, treated in 2 surgical scars of the right abdomen through therapeutic neural interference with procaine that eliminated the pain, who got up and walking in a few minutes, clear phenomenon in seconds, according to the medicine of the Huneke brothers, known as German acupuncture. A 68-year-old male patient with left facial paralysis that appeared suddenly, whose studies only revealed the presence of a left lower wisdom tooth. The removal of it caused the flaccid facial muscle structure to suddenly engage and heal in a few hours. A 56-year-old female patient with a depressive picture due to the death of her husband, recovering in 4 days by listening to classic music 2 or 3 hours a day. A 69-year-old female patient with various health problems. The Biowell study showed a misalignment of 6 chakras, treated for 2 weeks with light therapy and quickly achieved notable improvement. A 44-year-old female patient with rheumatoid arthritis causing intensive pains throughout her body. The conventional treatment of cortisone, Imuran, methotrexate, and chloroquine was withdrawn as a probable cause of intoxication, and she was placed on a strict fruit diet, watermelon, pineapple, and papaya, as the only food for 1 month, achieved the disappearance of pain in just 1 week, and the polyarticular inflammation in 2 months. A 76-year-old male patient with a marked lack of energy confirmed on his Biowell exam, treated with 6 solutions from a constellation of metals, including calcium, magnesium, manganesium, phosphorus 1 and 2, molybdenum, potassium iodide, copper, chromium, selenium, and zinc, managing to increase body energy quickly until she felt good in 2 weeks by activating the cellular enzymatic system that generates energy producing biochemical reactions. A 60-year-old female patient diagnosed with a cancerous tumor in the right hepatic region, rounded 10 by 10 centimeters, who refused to undergo surgery and required treatment with biological medicine. a bi-weekly injectable combined treatment of ozone with amygdalin or vitamin B17 or Laetrile was recommended. With abstention from meat and dairy in his diet for 6 months, the tumor disappearing and the good health for come back for another 15 years. Older male patient with different ailments and belief of being bewitched by an evil that had been done to him. Coming with his relative, he was asked to see his aura with the explanation that there were whole strained areas of blackish patches. It was a curse, but if it had normal colors, it was not. The aura majoris appeared very nice, well-defined, white color, and seen on the screen of the ABS system. Convinced that he did not have that problem, the patient agreed to enter treatment. Conclusion: the Biological Medical Center has gradually incorporated instrumentation that allows visualization and measurement of human energy manifestations. Practicing mapping with thermographic camera allows impressive finding of various alterations in the head and spine, neck and thorax, abdomen and extremities, including traumatism with sinking and bulging of cranial bones, spine column, pathology of the liver and colon, varicosities of lower limb, between others. You can see these kind of changes in their body, especially this very strong trauma in the upper back of the head. The thermovision technique was visualizing the aura majoris, managing to analyze the radiant luminous color and better understanding of the patient personalities, with recommendation that improve their health and usually the light therapy treat alteration. You can see this color, the other color, and the green and blue colors of different patients' auras. With the Biowell, the etheric energy of the aura minoris attached to the skin was captured by DVD, allowing the bioelectrical discharge to be seen, a breakthrough in holistic medicine innovation. The Biowell also allows you to show the patient their health condition, their homeostasis, and their imbalances in their health. You can see, all these frequent figures taken by Biowell system. The long road of our medical services leads to formation of a biological medical institute in a few weeks, in a few months, with alternative and complementary biological medicine, ancient and modern, strengthened by technological advances on the threshold of quantum medicine. Institute of Medical Biological, Dr. Roberto Contreras Rosa. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you, especially Dr. Korokov and Dr. Orlov and all their participants in this important Congress, Biowell Congress. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, so this was the presentation by Dr. Contreras. Well, I can say I've been writing down lots of those interesting tips from those cases that he has presented. Very, very interesting ones, and some of them I would say will be helpful even for my personal lifestyle. You know, about those metals, about those other components, and maybe teeth, etc. So very, very much appreciated, Dr. Contreras, for sharing these results with us. Well, I hope that next year you will have more interesting results to share, and it will be much helpful if you will show not only the text but also some images so we can see the actual measurements. It will be also very, very helpful. This morning I have found out that there will be half an hour free, and that because Dr. Vayekov's presentation has been moved to Sunday. So now it's time for me to take the stage because nobody else can do that. So I have not been planning to give any presentations, especially because I had a surgical operation on my jaws just a couple of days ago. So it's not so convenient to talk. But well, half an hour I will be entertaining you. I have decided the topic that I will be talking about, and this topic is about application of a Biowell as a lifestyle analysis tool. It's a new way of thinking about the Biowell and its application. There is a short video on YouTube devoted to this topic, and today I will try to make it more specific. I will maybe not have time to show some cases, but at least I will be able to explain the theory behind this approach and the principles. And I hope that it can help you even now to apply this kind of approach in interpretation of Biowell results, Biowell scans, in your own practice. And maybe I can see there are several trainers from our company. Tiffany is here, Guru Raj is here, one of the most active trainers in Biowell, and maybe they will like this approach and will apply it. Elizabeth is also a very active one, and so hopefully you will find it interesting. And again, as long as I was not planning to speak, I will reserve a small amount of time at the end of my presentation for questions and answers. So if you will have some questions regarding this, we'll be happy to answer them. So let's go. Okay, so I'm wondering why it is not showing me on top of this. And let me check 1 second. And yep, okay. Okay, so it will be like that. Okay, so the essence of this approach. Well, this is true, and especially in the current times when the price for the gas has become very, very expensive in many parts of the world. And to talk about energy and presence of the energy is a very, very important question. And a topic for us, a crucial one. So things that we can do in our lives depends on the amount of energy that we possess, right? So if we don't have energy, sorry, nothing you can do. The only thing that you will be willing to do is to take rest, to sleep, and maybe eat. In order to restore the energy. So no energy, no fun. So this is the option, like if you don't have energy, so that's the way that you have to use someone else who has the energy, as you see on the picture. So, and of course, for all of us, the question about energy is a very important one. And if we look at it from another perspective, from the perspective of creativity, because not many people think of creativity as something connected with energy. They think that creativity is something connected with painting, poems, etc. But creativity is about making something new. And is it easy to make something new, or it needs some terms to be met? So in order to create something new, you need energy, for sure, because, well, something new cannot appear from nowhere. You remember the laws and the formulas, for example, by Einstein. You need energy, and in order to have some material. So it's in order to create something new, you need to spend some energy. Where to take it from, right? So if you are doing on a daily basis absolutely same things, you are not creating anything new. You are just repeating same routine tasks every day. You go to work and you just press the same button every day in the same way. And, well, there is no creativity there. And it means that, well, you don't need so much energy in order to do that. It's like being a robot. That's why in many of such fields of application of human can be easily replaced by a robot, because if there is no creativity, in fact, there is no need in a human. It means the robot can easily just automatically repeat these actions. But when we talk about creating something new, then robots cannot replace so easily a man. So it means there is a big difference between, just repeating the same action in the same way from day to day and doing something new. There's a big difference there. So the main point here and the main conclusion is that creativity is about free energy. Simply not energy, but free energy. In order to create something, you need to have free energy. What does it mean, free? Free from what? So it means that you need to have something, that in order to sustain your current life, it's not like making two ends meet together. No, you need enough to sustain and maintain your normal life, and then you need something on top of that. So you need enough energy to be able to move, you need enough energy to be able to think, to breathe, etc., right? But then on top of that, you need a little bit more. So free energy is a little bit more than enough. So at the moment, you are covering all your basic needs with the energy. So you have enough energy to do the regular things, to go from your house to your working place. You have energy to, buy your food and eat it and digest it properly. You have enough energy to do the physical exercises in order to keep yourself fit. You have enough energy to communicate with other people. Then in this case, it's just just the edge, from which you can start upwards. If there is a little bit more energy than this threshold, it means that this a little bit can be used for creativity, to create something new. So it means this excessive energy, this a little bit more of energy, can be used at your own will in the direction that you want. So, well, this is the normal situation in the current lifestyle of people who are living in big cities and doing their regular work every day. And we have to do something with that, right? We have to find a way where to take this free energy from, right? And how to recharge our battery fast, and how to make that the speed of losing the energy will be lower than the speed of increasing restoration of the energy. So it means that we are coming to the question of the sources of energy, where we can take it from, this energy, in order to have enough and then a little bit more. We need to know the sources from where we can take it. So of course we can easily name the things in our life that are consuming our energy. There are lots of them, right? Lots of things are consuming our energy. And even, for example, if we think about nutrition, eating food, we can think that, oh yeah, it's pure source of energy and it's only plus, plus, plus. No way. Unfortunately, it's not like that. Unfortunately, in order to digest the food, you have to use your own internal energy. You have to produce some specific hormones, liquids that will be used in order to digest the food. So it means you will spend some energy also. And for example, if you eat some food that is very hard to digest, then it can be a case that the amount of energy that you take from this food will be almost equal to the amount of energy that you spend on digesting this food. Then what's the sense of eating such food? Because you don't get anything new. The amount of energy that you use is equal to the amount of energy that you gain. No sense in that. Of course, it depends on the type of food and on your personal, characteristics of your body, because we have our individual characteristics of digestive system, for example. And also it depends on the time of the day in which we eat, same thing. So some things can be easily digested in the morning or in the daytime, but will not be digested in the evening. So then it means if you eat something hardly digested in the evening, it means you will waste lots of energy and will gain almost no energy. Whilst in the mind of most of the people, eating food is gaining energy. Well, as you see, it's not always the case. So sometimes eating food is losing energy. Especially losing energy is when you eat too much food. It will also be losing energy. So you can name it yourself. You can just sit down now and write down what are your things in life where you lose your energy, and what are the things from which you're gaining energy, and compare the lists. See how many things in your life are using your energy and how few things in your life are giving you energy. And then you will understand that in order to, somehow increase your energy, you need to somehow increase the list of the sources of energy. So, well, the essence of this approach is very easy. These are the 5 main aspects of the lifestyle from which we can get the energy. This is nutrition. This is the mindset or psychology, whatever you call it, your worldview. The third one is the regime of the day, the physical activity, and the environment. So all these 5 spheres are the most important ones that are responsible for increasing the amount of energy, or at least decreasing the expenditure of energy. If we talk about any of these topics, nutrition, as I told you, in some cases, nutrition can give you energy, but in some cases, if you don't eat proper food in the proper time, in the proper amount, you will lose the energy instead. Same about mindset. For example, if you're doing things that you like, you are gaining energy. If you're doing things that you don't like, you're losing energy. And it's all about mindset. It's the way you treat things that you do. And if you're concentrated on things of hating something and you are forced to do something, or for example, you hate your current job or something that you have to do on a daily basis, then when you will be doing these things, these occupations will suck energy from you out. Regime of the day. Well, it seems okay. Well, you read the article in the journal that, well, a general person needs to sleep at least like 7-8 hours a day. And you think, yeah, my sleeping regime is perfect. Like, I should feel absolutely good. And when you ask such a person, like, okay, what time of the day you sleep? So I sleep 9 hours a day. Oh, that's good. Well, that's a lot of hours that you sleep. But when? I'm sleeping from 2 a.m. till 11 a.m. And again, you understand that even though the number of hours is very good, but the time which you devote to sleeping is not correct. So you miss the most efficient time of the night on doing something else. So we will talk about it more later. So physical activity, again, like such a thing like burnout. You can do something, and when you do enough of physical activity, not too much, then you will gain energy from it. You will activate your inner reserves, and the blood will flow easily through your veins and vessels, and the lymph will circulate properly, the nervous activity will be good, your vertebrae will be aligned, etc., etc. But if you do it incorrectly, if you do it too much, if you do it in the incorrect time of the day, then unfortunately it will lead to different damages, to different blockages, and then to the loss of energy. Environment, same story. Environment is the factor that many people don't pay attention to. Many people and many doctors don't pay attention to this factor. So many people devote time to these top four, but Christian Borders was also talking about this today, about the environmental influence, that it is a very important factor. And this is the factor that can either suck energy from you or can give energy to you. So there are different aspects. So if we go through each one of them one by one, and it will be, I will talk about each one of them separately. And at the end of this talk, I will give you the specific sectors in the Biowell software that you need to pay attention to in order to analyze each one of these 5 aspects of life. So I will stop sharing and we'll continue in this way. So let's talk about nutrition. I have told already several things about it. So the nutrition is a very significant factor, and it's not only about what kind of food, bio, organic, eco, whatever name you give to it, but it's also about when you eat it, what amount of it, and how much, what, and in what time of the day, right? So, well, there are lots of nutritionists. You can read lots of books and about the significance of this fact, and you can even try to find your best type of nutrition according to your blood type. For example, you can find some recommendations based on your 3 doshas approach. Well, Guru Raj is here. He will tell us that the dominance of one of the doshas, for example, is leading to specific nutrition regime for such people, and for some specific diet for such people. If the vata, pitta, or kapha are dominating, then you should eat something, but you should not eat something. You should evade some types of food. So that's a home task for every one of us in order to find this specific nutrition regime. And in our software, in the Biowell, whenever you do the scans, it's very easy to find out if everything is running smoothly for the person. Of course, you need to take into consideration the time of the day at which you are doing the scan, because in different times of the day, different organs and systems are being activated. And for example, if you go to the Yin-Yang program in our software, you will find the maximum and minimum hours of maximum and minimum activity of each meridian at specific hours during the day, 24-hour cycles. And you will find out that, okay, at this time of the day, it's okay for these organs to be at low energy. Okay, that's good. Or at some specific time, it's good for some organs to be hyper functioning because they are active and maybe they're cleaning, detoxing at this current moment. So you have to pay attention to the all the sectors that you see in the digestive system in our software. So we have lots of them. Pay attention to the fact that some of the digestive system sectors are not present on the balance chart. They are not present on the energy field tab. So if you scroll through it, not all of the sectors are there. So the full list is given only on the organs energy tab, where you can open the organs energy list, you can open the digestive system list, and you can see the full list with the energy and balance of the specific organ and the system. And you can understand that if something is going wrong, there is too much or not enough in specific area for this specific person. Additionally to the digestive system, of course, you have to add some organs that are directly connected to the digestion. For example, spleen and pancreas. You have to pay attention to that. You have to pay attention to liver and kidneys too, because they're directly involved in this process. So if you analyze these sectors in our software, you will understand if there are some deviations from norm for this specific person, and then okay, if it's highlighted, there's too much of energy, not enough, or there is a high imbalance in one of these sectors or systems, then it means that person needs to do something with nutrition. If you're not a specialist in nutrition, it's absolutely fine. The Biowell will be just a marker that will tell you, okay, this person needs to take care of it. And then you just forward this person to a nutritionist. That's it. Biowell will be the one that will highlight this problem for the person. Okay. The next topic, the mindset, right, and the psychology. Well, again, we are talking about mainly the psychological aspects of the person, of the personality. As I told you, if you like doing something, it will add energy to you when you do this. If there are things that you don't like doing in your life, they will suck all the energy from you. And you have to evade such things. Think about it. What is good in your life and what gives you the energy and what is taking out the energy. So try to spend more time and devote more time to the things that are really important. Or there's another approach, try to change the attitude, because the mindset and the attitude and the result is also dependent on of the mindset of something that you do is dependent on the attitude that you give there. So, but okay, if we talk about the Biowell and sectors that you are you need to look at. So first of all, the mindset and psychological things are the most easiest to analyze, to be analyzed in the chakras program, because it's especially devoted to that. So we have the threshold of 90%, and if this person alignment of the chakras, and if person, no matter what is happening, high energy, low energy, tired, full of energy and bursting out, is maintaining the balance higher than 90%, it means more or less this person is doing good and this person will cope with whatever happens. Of course, you can find some specific problematic areas, and in this way you can ask the person to concentrate on this problematic thing. For example, you ask, okay, think about something that you don't like to do in your life. Person will concentrate on that, and you capture the fingers in this specific moment, and then the position of chakras and their alignment will be reflecting this problematic thing in the life. So then you can analyze and think what to do with that, on which level, why this person doesn't like doing this specific thing, what's the reason of it. So chakras can help you with that. So next topic is the, well, regime of the day. Yeah. What specific sectors we can look at? Well, regime of the day is very, very significant thing, because we are earthlings. We are made to live on this specific planet with the sun rotating around us, with the moon rotating around us. And as you know, like, for example, the periods for women are directly connected with the moon cycle, right? Our digestive system is directly connected with the sun cycle, and many other, and all other cycles too. For example, the highest intensity of the digestive power is when the sun is right at the top of the sky, at zenith. So this is when you can even eat plastic and it will get digested. No, I'm joking, don't eat plastic, please. According to the recent findings, no matter, even if you don't eat it intentionally, it gets inside anyway. It's everywhere. That's the 21st century. Welcome. So these things, our bodies are directly tuned to the 24-hour cycle. So it means that if your lifestyle is not tuned to this 24-hour cycle, it means there will be some issues and problems. And of course, it's very easy to understand, because your body has the schedule that is being set by the nature, not by you, by the nature, by the sun rotating around us for thousands and millions of years that creatures are living here. So we are daily creatures, not night creatures, right? So our highest intensity of the digestive tract is at noon, not at the day, at the midnight, right? So if you're doing something in the incorrect time, it means you will not allow the organism to do what it is intended to do. And it means the efficiency of that process will go down. It's like when imagine a factory that is working, and at some specific time, 1 hour, it is the maintenance time for this factory. So it means all the workers should go out, and then the maintenance should be done of all the tools and all the equipment on the factory. And well, imagine that it's you haven't stopped working at this maintenance hour and you continue working. Well, the organization will still try, the people who will come to do the maintenance will still try to do the maintenance, but as long as everything will be still working, sorry, the maintenance will not be fulfilled completely, or will not fulfill at all. And then, of course, it means that some amount of garbage, etc., will be left in the factory for the next day, and you will have to wait for the next maintenance hour. So unfortunately, following the regime of the day is very, very important one, and one of the main in most important things to do according to the regime of the day is the time of your sleep, the sleeping regime, because this is the time when you don't do anything, you do not spend too much energy, so the organism can restore the energy. So, and unfortunately, if you are not sleeping in the right time, then the speed of the restoration of the energy can go down drastically. So even if you sleep 9 hours from 2 a.m. to 11 a.m., unfortunately, the efficiency of this sleep will be much lower than if you sleep from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So which sectors you need to look at in order to analyze the regime of the day, the lifestyle? You need to look at the brain, first of all, because the brain sectors, the cerebral cortex, that we have the cerebral cortex and we have the vessels of the cerebral vessels. So these are the organs that will react to the incorrect regime, first of all. Then, okay, we have sectors eyes. Eyes are a part of the brain, and many people don't know it, and they think that, well, eye is something like, well, it does everything itself. No, unfortunately, eyes also absorb a lot of toxins, and they collect them. And if you don't do, you know, massage, you don't do specific procedures for your eyes, well, the detoxification will not be good. If you don't sleep in the proper time, same story. Next thing that sector that you need to pay attention to is epiphysis. It's because this part of the brain is responsible for melatonin production, and melatonin is directly devoted to sleep. If you see that epiphysis is out of order, it means most probably that person is not sleeping well or not sleeping in the proper time. Movement, physical activity, the fourth sphere. Well, just one important notification about it is that some people think that the more I move, the better it is. Bullshit. If you read the biographies of marathon runners, of people who were, you know, like pushing forward the theory that you need to run 5 kilometers at least every day or something like that, you know what? They die very young. All of them. So running every morning for 5 kilometers, well, think about it properly. Are you really made to run such a big time of the day, or it's enough, you know, to run only like 10 minutes? You know, like, what is enough? Well, according to Ayurvedic doctors, you need to have from 2 to 3 hours of physical activity per week. Overall, 2 to 3, it's Ayurvedic doctors say. So you can split it into sessions, you know, like half an hour every day. Then overall, it's going to be, you know, 3 hours in a week, you know, and it's enough. If you are not planning to win the Olympic Games, but you just need to maintain a good physical form, that's enough. No need to run for 1 hour and then to, you know, swim for 2 hours, you know, in order. No, in this way, you are exhausting your organism more rather than you're maintaining good physical regime. So this is an important thing. So, but a little bit of movement is needed, no matter what. So you need to do the movement, and especially you have to devote time to the movement of those parts of the body that are not used in a daily life. So for example, if I sit almost whole part of the day in front of the computer, it means my legs are not being used. It means my arms are not being used. So what is used is the neck that holds the vertical position of the head because it's very heavy. So it means that I have to devote some time not only to the running, then of course or making squats, then of course my legs will be fit. But then I need to do something for this area because it's also not being used during all time of the day when I'm sitting in front of the computer. So I need to do some physical exercises for the breast area, for the thorax zone, for the vertebrae. So two things that you need to pay attention in the Biowell concerning the movement activity. Number one is vertebrae. So all the compartments of your spine. Number one thing to look at. And it's the direct reflection of your movement activity. Where is your leg? The problem, it's connected how you sit, how you move, and do you move enough? And another one that you can also pay attention to is hypothalamus, because hypothalamus is responsible for coordination of movement in space. So, and if it's not feeling so good, it means it's not trained and not used to coordinate your movement in space, what it was built for. And the last one, it's the environment that we have talked about, and I see that my time is running out, and I need to give the stage to our beautiful Tiffany to speak, but that's just a couple of minutes and I'll finish. So the environment, how can we analyze the influence of the environment in the Biowell software? So you need to take a look, first of all, on things that are directly involved in the life. And number one thing is you are breathing the external air, right? And the way your lungs are constantly consuming the air that you breathe, and your brain needs the oxygen from the air that you breathe. It means that number one organ that will be reacting on the environment, it's the air that you breathe, is the respiratory system. So look at it first of all, and you will see that, well, unfortunately, the quality of the air that we breathe, well, too much dust, too much plastic, too much different stuff, type of stuff floating in the air. Almost all of us have some issues with the respiratory system because, well, we are not living in jungles like centuries ago. We're spending almost all the time indoors. And that's why well, unfortunately, the quality of the air, if you measure it inside any apartment, any house, is approximately 6 times worse than air right outside the same house. Even if you measure the air in the center of a big city, you know, like you take Hong Kong, you take London, you take Moscow, you take New York, doesn't matter. You take big city and the air inside the flat will be 6 times worse than on the 6th Avenue, you know, like, or the main prospect of the city. Unfortunately, it's like that. It's better outside than inside, always. So, but we are spending too much time indoors. So that's the number one sectors that you need to pay attention to when you analyze the environmental influence. Another factor that you can also pay attention to, as long as some of the, you know, radioactivity from the environment can also affect your body. For example, the place on which you live, there is too much of the radon gas is being formed, and not simply formed, but it's not getting ventilated properly, then it will also influence your system. Also, if it's too much of the radioactivity, too much of the EMF noise in the place where you live, or you stay or you work, then all these factors will lead to a lot of external stress on your body, on your cellular level. One of the interesting things that you can also pay attention to in our software is the inner noise of the fingers. So the amount of red pixels inside the fingers, you can pay attention to it, and you will notice that if you take the person who lives in a, you know, environmentally friendly place, the level of noise will be lower. But it's very important to correlate and coordinate this factor with the regime of the day and with the nutrition, because it's directly connected with the speed of creation of toxins and speed of getting rid of toxins. Because if you eat at the late evening, it means you will create a lot of toxins through the night. If you are not sleeping in the proper time, it means you will not get rid of the toxins through the night properly. So it means that the cleaning services will not work properly, and it means that the speed of accumulation of toxins will be higher than the speed of elimination of toxins. And what will be the result? You will have a lot of so-called, we can call it biological or other toxic noise in your system. And one of the signs that you can see in the Biowell is the level of the inner noise on the fingers. That's what you need to pay attention to. So, of course, if you even live in bad environmental conditions, but you do all the best in order to increase your detoxification speed, you sleep in the proper time, you don't eat too much, you do enough physical activity so that all the liquids, all the metabolic processes will be running just okay in your body, it means this detoxification speed will be enough to neutralize the accumulation of toxins due to the bad environmental conditions. I think you know people who are smoking from their childhood, and they can die when they're 96, you know, while smoking from 6 to 96 for 90 years and having no issues with lungs. But if you look thoroughly at their lifestyle, such person probably is going to bed very early and is not eating too much, never, etc., etc. So you'll find out that by smoking, he is creating too much of toxins in the body, but by following proper regime of the day and proper other factors, it neutralizes these toxins and the organism is able to get rid of them. So, well, this is it, and thank you very much for your attention. This is a you know, just you know, brief review on this approach, and I hope that we will integrate this approach in our Biowell software, and one of them, and I hope that this will be our benchmark, the main marketing, you know, screen will not be the energy field, but these 5 spheres of the lifestyle approach, that the Biowell will be accepted by the society, that it's the tool that allows you to analyze your lifestyle in 1 minute. There are no other tools like that, for sure. I know that, like, for 100%. So that's what we are going to implement, and we will be working on implementing it in this upcoming year, and we will be adding this new tab to our software. So it just takes some time, you know, to get everything prepared. You have seen how many things we have done through the last year, and we call it Napoleon plans for the upcoming year. So there will be definitely many things to share with you in next summer. And well, thank you very much for your time. And it's the time for me to leave the stage and give it to Tiffany. Tiffany, where you are in my list. 1 second, and you are co-organizer now, co-host.
If I speak, does that help?
Yes, no, I found you. So you are co-host. So now it means you can share the screen. You can do whatever you want. It's stage is yours. Well, I have seen the message from you and Irina, that, well, maybe you will not need full hour. It's absolutely fine. Feel free to finish at whatever time you need. We will have time for Q&A. I think there's like 60 people online now. Then maybe they will have some questions. And of course, well, you have lots of practical, like experience. So you have lots of things to share. Go on.
Thank you, Mitya. It's lovely to be here. And am I? Can you see me? Did it switch over? Okay, perfect. I'm okay. I don't want to look at myself. I just want to go into the slides. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mitya. I always love learning from you and the different aspects and things that you put together. So grateful for that. And everyone here, I always learn so much from each of our sharing. So super appreciate it. I'm going to go into the presentation. I will say that Dimitri mentioned that I have a lot of practical knowledge. Yes, because I operate in the world as a medical intuitive and as a clinician as far as in that world. And so I've been using the Biowell since it came out. But prior to that, it was in my introduction when I was at graduate seminary at Holos. So it's been 17 years actually of using this technology. So I'm going to weave together a little story. Let me go into sharing here and going into presentation mode. So this looks very busy, but I'll break it down. So essentially, I'm going to be presenting on my PhD dissertation that I just completed. Took some time, and I am grateful for my beloved husband because I would still be writing or trying to munge the stats. So for his name is Paul Mills, Dr. Paul Mills. I'm grateful. So the effects of sacred space on the human biofield. Actually, it's not sacred space. I wrote that as a habit. It's sacred object. Goodness. So I'm Tiffany Barsodi. The manuscript is actually published for scientific publication now, so we're just waiting to hear back from the journal. These things kind of take the time that they take. I also want to present the impact of doing this research on my life, really. I think as researchers and certainly as clinicians, we are affected by the people that we work with, but you don't often think about research having a personal impact on us, and it did. So everyone here is probably pretty familiar with the energy field image. This is the star path of where we took these measurements, which I'm going to go into detail on in Petam, India. So I'm going to go, like I said, weave together a little backstory. And isn't this always true? More research required. I mean, we end every paper that way. So the story sort of begins when, actually, it's when I first met you, Dimitri, in 2010 for the Russian Congress. Konstantin invited me to speak there on my master's thesis, which I wrote 11 years ago. So this was obviously prior to having the Biowell, which I am grateful for because it has really unified so much of the software. But this was my presentation. It was essentially a theory of physiology of presence and transcendence. And the title is a bit of a mouthful, I realize, but it is how the reticular activating system, the RAS, the vagus nerve, and the alta major chakra axis may be the nexus of body, mind, spirit consciousness. The alta major chakra lines up at the back of the head at the top of the neck, where the skull and the neck meet. And it is known as the mouth of God in many cosmologies. So next part of the story is after doing the training and spending some time in St. Petersburg, I went with a friend of mine and we traveled around Moscow. And we were able to get into the Kremlin, and we went to the Cathedral of Annunciation. And it had not been opened, or it had been open on and off. They've had many fires there on and off. And so many of the murals in there had been destroyed. And yet it was a very, very consecrated space. So it was rather remarkable. So I happened to be there when this reopened, and it's just kind of an amazing feat. So personal impact number one is literally my camera was shaking out of my hands because, of course, security guards come and scare the crap out of you in Russia when you're taking pictures of things that you're not sure you're supposed to be taking pictures of, and then you get yelled at or whatever could be happening. But the master's thesis dealt with these triangles, and the triangles of these connections, and they're multiple throughout the body from an esoteric healing standpoint. So this image here is Archangel Gabriel having mudras, and I cut off his other hand in my nervousness of taking a picture. And it's very muted because there's been so many fires and so much destruction to the murals and the paintings there. And that's Church Slavonic that is above the head of Archangel Michael, of Archangel Gabriel. I've never seen any of the archangels or really any of the deities presented with a triangle. And also how the intersection is right at this area at the base of the skull. So all of these breadcrumbs, I really believe if we follow the breadcrumbs, we will end up being well fed, because we are following our inspiration to go to the next level of whatever is next. So putting this detail together was also fascinating, because I happened to be the 4-year-old child or 5-year-old child that was measured when my mom was in a class with Thelma Moss, and she was essentially looking at how to replicate the studies that were in this book of the psychic discoveries behind the Iron Curtain. So how fascinating is it? Her hypothesis was that if you put a child with their parents, that the child's energy field from a Carillion photography standpoint will overtake that of the parents. And that is actually what happened. But the person, John Hubacher, who did the experiments for Dr. Moss at the time, he had a fire. And so he doesn't have those images anymore for me to use. But we've spoken about that because he remembers it also. It was kind of a cutting edge thing, especially to be done at UCLA. So I just think this is fascinating, how coming full circle in my life that now we have a reliable, subtle energy stress device in a way that we are able to measure perceptions, consciousness, different activities that would be going on in our bodies. And I've been a very sensitive person since I was a child. And so this was, anyway, just coming full circle. It's just a real opportunity as I see it. So the next breadcrumb is this India trip that came up for a bunch of us researchers, and this is not even our full clan, but it's the group of us that got to travel to this beautiful place in Petam. And I'll show you some pictures here in a moment, more pictures. There's been studies on sacred sites, but not from a biofield sciences perspective. So really, this is kind of a novel way of looking at what are the effects of a sacred object on a human. And so this picture here is what is affectionately called the Durga stone. It's a Sri Yantra, and there's had many, many, many pujas and consecrations, and it's built up on these other stones and pedestal there. So you actually stand at it and recite a mantra. So Mimi and Rowney, these were Mimi Guarnari and Rowney Pritton King are friends, but also colleagues in the field. And they've long followed Constantine and the life of Carillion photography and where this has gone for biofield sciences. Mimi Guarnari is a physician, cardiologist, actually. They have been going to this location in Petam for several years. They said that they had prior experiences when we were having some scientific meetings of what were we going to be able to do if we got an IRB, what kind of things could we do as a group there? So they tell me about this Durga stone. And then this is impact number 3, that I've been called Durga since I was 10 years old. So it's just like, you know, my skin lights up with feeling of an opportunity. And so that's what happened. So we got our IRB from the Institute of Noetic Sciences, and we had a heartfelt intention to measure what we are going to find in this sacred space. So this is it's actually a golden temple. This is all, what you see on the top picture is all made of gold. It's tremendous. And this is you can see the golden temple from the top view and the star path. So in this image, this star path amazingly was created with no architectural plans. The Sri Lakshmi Amma Narayani, who is a male but vibrates to the triple goddess. This is not the Amma as the hugging saint or hugging guru, but he had given, or she had given, directions from an inspiration for divine impressions. And the Durga stone is located right here at the first like pinnacle, because when you go, if you're going to make your way all the way to the Golden Temple, then you are going to have to walk all the way around the star path in order to get there. So that in itself is like in Tibet, they call it walking the Kora. You're actually in a very contemplative place as you walk all through this covered area. And there's signs everywhere about just giving spiritual wisdom and insights as to what some of the experience is that you might have while you're there. So the translation of the mantra is, I surrender to the Supreme Mother. And this is the way it's depicted right here. This is Rajima, this amazing woman who was our guide and made this all be possible, because obviously we had to get permission. But our days were dwindling there. So this was really challenging, because are we going to get enough people? We had done a pre-test where we saw that this would be an amazing place for us to be able to, sorry, I was just hearing some noise and being distracted. So this was an amazing place for us to be able to get actual measurements. So the sacred site, we got confirmed that we could actually get the measurements there. But this was an act of surrender we were there for 2 weeks before we got to do the large group of 17 people. So we needed enough people to be able to come together, because we already knew from the pilot, this is what we wanted to focus on. So with only 3 more days there, the design actually came together as we were putting these details together. So it was pretty much a straightforward design with pre and post experiences with 3 aims. The 3 specific aims were a series of, there's 3 hypotheses that accompany each other. So Dr. Guarnari and her colleague, as I mentioned, already had previous experience of the Durga stone and thought that could be where we could focus our energies. So the first study was a priori, we had already decided to examine the effects of the stone on with the Biowell's emotional pressure parameters or stress. It was called emotional pressure at the time when those experiments were taken. And of course, the energy variables. So the specific aim is to examine the study participants' emotional pressure and stress readings in response to exposure, the Durga stone, Sri Yantra, one and the same, obviously. So the primary hypothesis was that the emotional pressure would decrease and overall energy and left-right symmetry balance will significantly following their exposure to the Durga stone, Sri Yantra, as compared to their initial baseline. Excuse me, I need to close the door. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so then the specific aim is that the second aim of this being specific is to examine the organ systems and see exactly where in the body we would actually experience any potential change. So we wanted to analyze the organ systems to show. My hypothesis was that it would likely increase at the head. And also, actually, I didn't know where else, but I thought that the organ systems would be, we would have enough parameters there to be statistically significant for pre and post. And then the third aim was that we had a exploratory hypothesis of the chakra measurements. So we examined all the participants. There were 17 in the in the assessments, and the exploratory hypothesis studies. The participants showed that there were increases in energy and alignment, and potentially greater significance will be in the chakras from the waist up, following their exposure to the Durga stone because of the mantra. So I thought waist up would be where we would potentially see the most. So here's what happened. These are going into some of the statistics because there were many, but we did repeated measures. ANOVA was used to 3 measurements and 3 time points. So also with pairwise comparisons were run with the ANOVA. And then it was a sample size of 17 people. So the outcomes as related to the primary hypothesis, the emotional pressure and stress parameter overall, this parameter was significantly increased across all of the assessments. So yay, we got statistical significance. While clinically significant, these results are the opposite of the hypothesis though. I was believing that there would be a calming effect, being especially that the mantra was all about surrender, and the overall stress measurements ultimately showed that there was an increase. So it made me think about, okay, the good stress, the so-called EU stress versus distress, that this is an important distinction in our work with the Biowell. So this is something to really think about when we see an increase in the parameter. What is actually causing the stress? And getting that insight is really, really helpful by asking questions. So here's what it looks like from a statistical point of view. The stress parameter significantly increased post-exposure. So we see the measurement at baseline, and then we see pre, and this is for all 17 people as an aggregate total here. And then we can see that the increase post was actually statistically significant. So the analysis of the aggregate measures in this variable is slightly increased, primarily from the initial baseline, but also in the pretest. So showing that, maybe there was an acclimation to the space. There could have been things that we were getting used to, being that we were at an ashram, things like that, because the measurements, like I said, had been taken over several people for several days. So commenting on the statistics here, this observed increase in the energy range from the initial, just as an example, 53 to a final of 66 is highly significant in the sense that, based on my personal practice, it takes some significant influence to induce a 13-point increase in this energy state within a few minutes. So it's really showing that something was happening as a result of this. Now, in contrast to that, the emotional pressure or stress is the left-right symmetry or balance. It was not statistically changed or significant in that regard. And I really attribute that to really the more stability that the people had that were in this study. Their optimal range was pretty much met throughout. I am going to show you one person in a moment where his was a little bit different, but there really isn't much room to increase or decrease if you are having a state change. So with healthy people, the more erratic the change, the more you may want to question what's actually going on in the person's nervous system. So this graph is actually showing us that the left-right balance symmetry, it actually slightly went down, but it's for the post. So once again, across all 3 time spaces of our measurements, that the parameter really was not statistically significant. So it dropped a little bit, but nothing to write home about. So with the still regards into the primary hypothesis, one of the variables that we looked at, as I explained, this is pre-Durgastone experience. So we see that in Biowell, most everyone here is familiar with this screen of what this looks like. And this is essentially the aggregate data for looking at a snapshot in time for what's going on across multiple parameters in the software. So the blue line is the measurement and the colorful lines are the actual scale. So everything is in the optimal range here for this person. Well, the post, here's the post that we're looking at. This is what busted my hypothesis, but it still ended up being statistically significant. So this is, we've got heightened energy, we've got higher stress, but the balance did go down a little bit. And so I would need to dig more into that person's experience in order to really understand why that would happen. But ultimately, you can see that there was a massive increase for this person. Okay, so some outcomes related to the secondary hypothesis. So the secondary hypothesis were directed at examining the effects of exposure to the Durgastone and on the different organ systems. So what we found is that there was a statistical significance across all 3 time points, but really primarily for the head and cardiovascular systems where the significant elevated post-exposure was evident from compared to the pre-exposure and certainly the baseline. This is for the head. I was thinking that this would sort of be expected because there's a focus on the task at hand. So what you're doing at the Durgastone is putting your hand on the Durgastone and another hand behind you while reciting a mantra. And so that because that mantra recitation is going on, it allows some concentration. So the mantra in Sanskrit is Om Maha Devaya Sharanam. I'm not saying that super well, but many of you who are Indian here are probably going to lasso me. But anyway, which it translates, I surrender to the Supreme Mother. So you repeat this over and over again for 3 minutes. That's the allowed time, which is actually a limitation to this study as well. So I'll discuss those in a bit. So outcomes as related to the secondary hypothesis, while all the organs and systems showed some type of statistical significance for a change across the various measures, the cardiovascular and the head systems were the ones that increased across all 3 measures. So this, also considering this is within my personal experience of this whole experiment required surrender. And that's a real challenge to a researcher, that you are trying to control your outcomes as much as possible, not necessarily outcomes, but control your experiment as much as possible. So you don't think of necessarily surrendering at the same time as trying to make all of these parameters come together so that you can carry out research. But this was a really, really good lesson. And I just I stayed with the pujas. I stayed with all of the sacred ceremonies that were going on there. And I also kept reciting the mantra to myself. So the effects on me were pretty profound as just needing to let go. The last thing I'll bring your attention to here is in the exploratory hypothesis section, there was a similar data outcome with an increase of the chakras across the whole group. So these were the 2 areas, as I mentioned, for the cardiovascular and the head. And as you can see for the measurements here, these were the ones across all 3 assessments that showed statistical significance for all 17 people as well. So this is an example. In the paper, there is a table that's enumerated, and I believe that this is being made available on the website as well. So the paper that is in, we changed it a little bit so that we didn't have to include so much about the Biowell, given most of the population here already knows about Biowell. So we were able to keep it reduced in size for that reason. So as most everyone also here knows, that the parameters in our database changed. So when I went to go take these snapshots, these are not how I saw them when we did the initial measurements, but it still, of course, is going to show an example of the significant increase. So this is pre-Durgastone experience. Everything is all in the green. And then we see this heightened activity here, really, like I said, across all of the parameters, but the most notable were the head and the cardiovascular. And then the scale for Biowell is 2 phases of low, a norm range, and 2 phases of high. So the outcomes as related to the exploratory hypothesis are revealed that the chakras were increased in response to the Durgastone or Sri Yantra. However, the alignment was not significant across the group. So the lack of any change in alignment is actually really a good thing, because that also speaks to the stability of the people that we were measuring. If we see the alignment constantly moving in a statistically significant way, then that actually can give us a clue about a person's nervous system stability and maybe further insights into what is going on in the subtext or their mindset, having a lot to do with that, as well as everything else that Dimitri was listing in his presentation, really important points. So what we see on the left here is the pre-Durgastone experience. And I just took a snapshot of one person because I found that this was so telling as being in images of being able to see these changes. So we can see over here, when we're talking, this is the heart area within the biofield's depiction, the energy field. And then this is post Durgastone experiences, and we can see this heart change. And I also left in this color here, this extra light. At first, I was deleting it on people, and then I was like, wow, I'm taking all the precautions, use dark, what do you call it, covers over people's hands. It was actually not super bright out. And anyway, this light was much more present in people's scans after the experience with the Durgastone. And then here I just listed the energy values for all of them for a quick visual to be able to see the massive increase. And so this is the light increase, of course, that makes that jump up in number. So also throughout this study, I was taking account somewhat of people's experiences in the notes section, which is, I'm so grateful to have that when we're out in the field doing experiments. So this is the subjective notes from this person, the initials of RH. He felt no dramatic experience. He felt that he went deep into the energy vortex below the stone. No temperature change, but a deepening and a grounding to the field below. So this was interesting. He's a scientist as well. And yes, I would say sensitive in some regards, but that wasn't his experience. Other people had very different experiences. And this is actually a limitation of the study as well, because I did not get people's religious beliefs or what actually made them believe anything about surrendering to the Divine Mother or across the group there. So this is a key from Freddie Silva from one of his publications that was published in 2016. The intention as the human key. This is something that was very purposeful before the trip began, that we sought out as scientists to be in a space that is considered sacred, and then let's see what the effects of it are on humans. And so I'm grateful to have the Biowell to be able to measure such things. So one of his 7 principles of what makes a site sacred, and the other 6 are the electromagnetics, the water, the sacred measurement. He calls it the megalithic yard, which is 2.72 feet. Sorry, I didn't do it in metric. This stone, the presence of stone, and sacred geometry, and then the orientation as in directions. So all of these things, according to Freddie Silva's research, are involved in what makes a site be sacred. And then the human key is, what intention are you intending to have as you are in this sacred site? So for us, we had the stone present, we had sacred geometry present, and we had the orientation of directions. I have no idea if this met the megalithic yard. There were two of us that were also dowsing out there, and we came to that exact point with our dowsing rods to be able to see right in alignment with where the Durga stone actually sits. So some of you may know Dr. Shamini Jan, and then this is my husband, Dr. Paul Mills. Shamini runs an organization called Chi. The website is chi.is, Chi is, and it stands for Consciousness Healing Initiative. And Paul was her mentor when she was in her graduate program. And then Rajima, so she's a lovely woman that made all of these possible, these measurements be possible. So we happened to also be there during the time of Diwali. So this celebration of, I think it was 10,000 candles that made a Sri Yantra. So just looking to align myself in this hall, and we had to move this inside because it was raining out. So this is just me taking experiments. Most of the time they began at 4 a.m, and we didn't get much sleep there. Everything had to be before the whole place opened, the star path opened for the public. So taking measurements prior to anyone walking around there was part of the requirements that we wanted. So obviously we're seated here because we just got done doing a lot of mantra chanting. We know that we don't take measurements seated, but this woman was just wanting to experience it. So it was not for scientific measure. And lastly, the personal impact was this lovely man. Really, he goes as woman because he vibrates to this triple goddess, is the exploring and experimenting and just getting to have an experience doing this. And we did water experiments. We used the Sputnik in many places. And the thing that showed the most promise to do research with was the experience at the Durga Stone. So strengths and weaknesses, we were all staying in the same place. This was a strength, eating the same foods, having similar exposures to the on-site experiences. So these were not people that were retreating into their own spaces. Everyone that was part of this study, we lived essentially in the same spot. So baselines were measured off-site, meaning off of the actual sacred site of where the measurements were taken. And then a majority of participants had never had a Durga stone experience, so they were fresh to it. And then, of course, repeated testing that we got to do as like a mini pilot to see the validity, if we were going to be able to see whether or not this was going to be a good study for us to pursue. And then the weakness is that it was a modest sample size. We only had 17 people. That a control site, a non-sacred site, would be ideal to do comparisons and with the same participants, if at all possible. And then there was a limitation of having only 3 minutes exposure at the Durga stone. There's an attendant that is there that monitors and makes sure that you're not hogging up all the time there. So the personal or religious beliefs were not factored in, and that is a limitation. So future research, always research begets research. We'd like to go back to India and do more on that same site, and then adding other sites, as well as adding the measurements from Sputnik. And to measure, I have an invitation actually to go and study with the Chumash. They have specific special stones that they use, and they're located off an island off the coast of California. And I would be interested in measuring both people and also the Sputnik. And as usual, more research required. So thank you. Spasibo. Danke. Grazie. Merci. I am super grateful to all of our Biowell community and the opportunity that we get to do such incredible science together. So thank you. Thank you for your attention as well.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. It was awesome. Awesome. Well, it's been a repetition partially for me because I have heard some of your results already before. But anyway, I like such kind of research, and well, the efforts that you have put in it, well, much appreciated, much appreciated. Well, if there are any questions, people are welcome to ask now, because we have a little bit of time reserved, but I can see that Maya and Andolfo are already connected, so maybe they can you know, start presenting now, and not a big deal.
Do you want to unpin me, Mitya? So, yeah.
It will be done, yes, once others will be ready.
Okay.
Okay, I can pin myself.
Thank you.
Okay. Maya, Adolfo, are you ready?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Loud and clear? Yeah.
We can share.
All good.
Okay.
It's
Perfect.
wonderful, wonderful times we live in. You know, we sit in our room and we can talk with any part of the world.
Amazing, no?
Yes, amazing.
Yes, yes. Well, we have people from all the continents here, you know, like from all of them. So it's really, really wonderful. I see people from Brazil. I see people from other countries in South America, Mexico, United States, and we have people from Asia. Well, all over the world, all over the world. That's awesome. And well, we can see you and hear you very well. So now it's your time to be pinned. So
Perfect.
now you take the stage, and it's your turn to give your presentation. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, we're very happy and grateful to be here, sharing, like Tiffany said, our passion with all the people in the world that are passionate about the same thing, and that's very exciting for us. I would like to take a minute to say that we'll do our best to use the free energy to be creative, as Dimitri said, because we, after being evicted by the infamous bug for 2.5 years, this last week it finally hit us. So we've been really sick the last few days, but we didn't want to miss this chance for anything. So if we say something really, really crazy, you can blame it on the bug. If we say something really great, we can take the credit. So without further ado, we will begin.
Yeah, and Dimitri and Dr. Korkov, thank you very much for inviting us to this presentation with all our experiments that we made with the Biowell around the world, and we hope you enjoy all the presentation. So let's begin. Let me share the screen. Oops. Here. Okay. And then let's put here. Up. Okay. Right. Sorry. It's a Mexican music. It's here. Okay, I think it's this one. ¿Cuál es? Es esto, ¿no?
No es lo que dice aquí, ¿no?
¿Cuál?
No sé lo que dice aquí, ¿no? ¿Sí?
¿Esta?
No, no sé.
No.
Bueno, ya. Esperen que es. Does it look all right? Okay.
Did you see it?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Now, yes,
Okay.
it's slight delay in the signal.
Okay.
But we see light is consciousness.
Yes.
Yeah, but
We agree.
You see all the picture, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's because we have like two monitors, you know, there's another slide, but is the right one, right?
Or
Yes.
Light is Consciousness by Walter Russell.
Yes,
I think he said that. No, yeah,
we agree with you.
we agree that he says that.
Yeah, well, this is a little follow-up on our last presentation that we did with Lima.
No, dile.
And we've been focusing our study with Biowell in consciousness, very small subject, you know. So there's these quotes that we really agree with and that have helped us form a pathway on our research. And like Walter Russell said, every thought and action is a light wave and a thought it's a light wave of thought and action. So what we think eventually creates, and that's what we've been focusing our research on.
Yeah, and where another thing is that when we study the Biowell study the photons, the light. So we begin to measure all the things that with the environment about how the light affects us. No, so that's why we begin to search in that, no?
And according to Max Planck and all the German scientists that worked with him several years ago, consciousness is causal and fundamental. And space-time arises from consciousness and not the other way around. Consciousness does not arise from space-time. So consciousness is the base of everything, and everything else comes after consciousness.
Okay, so returning to the Biowell, you know that it has six graphs that they emit, so you can do a lot of things with that graphs. So, but all our experiments, we do it in base of two graphs. One of them is the intensity, and the other one is the activity. So we decide to join these two to make only one. So the idea here is to see the intensity, how it goes, no? When you measure the environment, and the activity of that thing that you are measuring. So for us, it's very graphic to see how is the space around the things that you are measuring, like a room or something like that, no? But that's the way all the presentation you will see this kind of graphs.
That's why you see a little difference with everyone else's graphs. And sorry, Dimitri, for paying for your graphs.
Yeah, but no, it's great. We learn very much about all your speeches and all the things that you teach us. Okay. But what's the meaning of the colors? You already know, no? That is, well, hypoactive activity, the most low activity, normal, no, high hyperactive, abnormal, no. But you know that those activities have some relation with the field that you are, no? How you affect, how you will be affecting in your
yeah, with your actions.
With your actions.
We believe that we all exist in a unified field of energy, of consciousness, and that's why we're studying it, because we affect the result by measuring, but we found that that's something that we like to do, that like with Tiffany's measurements. If it's something that it's going to improve, then by all means, I think it's important for us to understand how we can create a more coherent environment.
Yeah, but we do it in several cases with some patients that we measure with the Biowell and see some like high nervous system is high with his emotions, but if he excuse me, because I was so sick 2 days ago, but if the idea here is we put the Biowell in his office, that he spends a lot of time in that place, like 8 hours, and we see a graph like this that is in high activity, or hyperactive, that the next graph I will put it. This is an example. This is a real example of the World Trade Center. World Trade Center is in Mexico City. So if the patient works there, and you can see that is hyperactive in an hour, that is like is real time, no? But if
the high activity and hyperactivity occurs during the daytime when everybody is working there, and the normal activity is in the nighttime where the building is completely not alone, but with not so much people. And even you can see by the photo that the building is like a big antenna.
Yeah, so if this person works here, works there 8 hours, so it's very difficult to lower the stress that he has. So he has to change the environment where he works, or he passed a lot of time there, because if not,
what you were saying
is not easy, no? But well, that's our study that we make with our patients. So then we meet Nassim Haramein. Nassim Haramein a few years ago is a very brilliant scientist, very good friend, and he invented our crystal. No, it's a beautiful device. He made it in a resonator, and he let us to measure
for 4 years.
For 4 years, his resonator and his.
Every time they activated the device and they charged the crystals or infused or imprinted the crystals, we were measuring his technology for 4 years. For that, we're very grateful. And we have a lot of information.
A lot of information, and we will put you some graphs. There's a first. This is one of the first graphs that we take from the inside of the resonator. You can see it's a perfect circadian cycle. The black lines is the 12 o'clock in the morning, no? And the graph below is the World Trade Center. You can see it's not like, it's not that
as coherent. We call it coherent. Yeah.
But it's not that coherent. So the idea here is, well, we asked Dr. Korokov what he think about that graph. And he told me that the only thing that you will measure, it will be the circadian cycles. So that's the idea that we begin to make our research in the circadian cycle and how that cosmic rays affects the Earth, no? So, well, that's our hypothesis, no? So we decide to join the two graphs that you can see. And the most interesting thing and the part that we most put attention is in the difference between the two of them, because that difference, we call it like
The reduction of the impedance.
Yeah, or consciousness in something.
Or coherent consciousness.
Coherent consciousness. Well, you can name it whatever, no? But was very, very interesting. We have a lot of graphs that moves around, comparing the resonator that was the baseline to other places around the world. But one of the most interesting is that when we see the coherence of the resonator, we decide to put another one like 50 feet apart from the resonator. There are some walls, things.
Yeah, in an office
upstairs. Yeah. So we put it there, and you can see the difference, no? It's nothing equal, no? But very important, the colors. The colors are very, very important. One is yellow, the other one is blue. And then 8 months later, you can see that the office will be so similar to the resonator, no? And then 3 months later, exactly the same. Exactly the same. So the expansive resonator goes all the way 50 feet to the office. And I don't know if it's more.
Yeah, we started measuring, but it was too far away. So we had to stop that experiment.
Yeah, but the idea here that is very important is that the expansive, the affecting expansive of the resonator, no? And very important, the colors. The coherence is the same as the resonator, but the colors, the motions, let's see it that way, the motions, the activity is different. So that's very, very important.
As you can imagine, we didn't like to spend a lot of time inside the resonator, only what was really necessary to do our measurement, to move our device.
To move our device, because yeah, we don't know about how it's affecting, but okay.
So about all the new research that we are doing, all this new technology, I know that Biowell is not a new technology, but it is a new technology for many people, and especially here in Mexico, it's having a huge punch. Dr. Krokov is really a rock star right now in Mexico. Let us help us explore a lot of more data. And these are the 3 variables that we think that we can manipulate and then improve and use in our experiments. Luminosity, the entropic process, and the intensity of emotion as the intensity of emotion as a factor of intention. And we have been doing this for several years already with different spiritual practices, some very crazy, for lack of a better word. My English hasn't come back completely. So luminosity is kind of a strong state of spiritual awareness, no? Spiritual, yeah. Like when you turn on your spirituality or the spirituality of a group. The entropic process, like we have showed you, we have made our career to measure what it takes for us to create a coherent environment, coherent consciousness. And in every experiment we have done, there's always the intensity of the emotion as a factor of an intention. We always put attention to our intention. So these are the three factors that we're using to create our new research.
Okay. So we begin to, well, we leave the Biowell. In the resonator, there's about three of them because they broke the Biowell in some cases, not about because the Biowell is not very good.
But because the energy was too strong.
The energy was strong. I recommend that the idea is that send that Biowell to Dr. Korokov or Dimitri to study why they broke down, because one of the things is that it will be very interesting to see, okay, it broke because the energy or something around that maybe help in some way the study that are making a scene research of his devices, but I don't know if finally he do it, but we leave it there about
4 years.
4 years, no? 4 years. So it takes a lot of measurement like this one, no? It's from moon to moon. You can see how it goes, no? We study the affecting the full moon and the new moon, no? You can see in the lowers where is affecting the energy, no? The colors, no? Too. You can see a lot of them, no? And we are studying why in some graph they go normal and they go high in some cases, in some months, but and very, very, very interesting. And the other thing that we are doing right now that Dr. Korokov tells us is to measure the distance from the moon, the Earth from the moon, and then compare with these graphs to see how it moves. And that's the key. I think that this is the idea of Dr. Korokov that maybe next year we can tell you about it. But okay, then with Nassim Haramein 2, we go to Egypt. Very nice place. And as you know, they cannot let us go inside with the Biowell, so we stay in a hotel. But you can see this is our room. This is the balcony. So I put the Biowell there. You can see the pyramids, and I take the measurement. In those days, I tell the person that goes to clean the room that please don't go inside, don't move anything, so we can make the room clean it for us. So the idea is not to move the Biowell, no? And then you can see the distance is a lot of distance from the hotel to the pyramid. So there was no way that the Biowell will detect if something happened in the pyramid. But
when we talked to Dimitri about the measurement, he said there is no way that the Biowell can detect what was happening so far away. But our train of thought back then, and is now still, is that for sure it doesn't go that far, but the energy can be very strong that it will reach the Biowell, even though it's very far away.
yeah, because you know the pyramid is like an antenna. It's a big antenna, and we go inside the king chamber. So go inside there. We put the crystals there. So
To tell the whole story, we were 180 people, and we entered the three pyramids in two small groups, and in four smaller groups, and we all spent a minute inside of the what's called a sarcophagus, and they put our crystals here, and they owned for 1 minute. Yeah, crazy. And what was really, really interesting and got us started in all this adventure about measuring the power of the intention is that all the people that went in this trip had shared a worldview, shared a hope for a hope and a strong intention for a better world. So a lot of things happened. We're working on getting a presentation ready about everything that happened around the world, actually, that night, and to tell the full story of what was happening in the trip and with the people in the trip when the blue lines when the energy was moved deep profoundly.
yeah, and why we know that we detect the movement in the pyramid is because the blue line that Marcela says. The blue line is very difficult, very, very difficult that appears. If you measure wherever you are measuring, if they appears that blue lines, wow, is something that happening, but is very difficult. So when we see that blue lines, and we have a lot of graphs that day, but this is like the most symbolic. But we can see that 2 hours that takes the blue line, and another thing is when the lines are green, no, you can see some green and goes to green to yellow maybe, no, but doesn't go to green to blue. It's very difficult. Very, very
Yeah. And well, the first blue line, just to expand a little more, it was by the time that all the crystals, because we went there with a lot of crystals. I cannot do the math right now, but more, imagine we were carrying 364 crystals to assemble inside the pyramids, plus all the crystals that we already had around our necks, plus other crystals. We were taking our own crystals inside to get the information to the crystals. And the first blue line happened when they assembled the first 64, and they started with the sarcophagus and the people inside.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, let's talk about our experiment, because with all that things that happened to us, we decided to make an experiment to amplify with our technology to expand the energy of the crystal. For us, the crystal is like they call like free energy. They take energy from the vacuum to outside. So the idea here is to make, well, we make an aquarium, two aquariums there you can see, and we put a lot of instruments. We put the Biowells, one Biowell outside, and the other one measure inside on the water and all the temperature, pH, THC, all the things. So inside the aquarium, you can see is the 64, no? There's the Sputnik, and we decide to make medicines, no? We plant medicines, and we make bombs, CDS. No, we are now experimenting with seawater, propellers, to make it more like because the way that we see the 64 amplify structure the water. So if it structure the water, structure the medicine that we put inside there. So the idea is when you take that medicine, it's like a medicine that is so structured that goes all the way inside, you know, to make you more perfect, you know?
Yeah. So this is after all these years, well, this is already, our technology has been for 5 years at least, but this is now the technology we use for measuring, for impacting the environment and measuring the impact.
Exactly. So, well, that's our story, you know?
So this is our, also this was not an experiment, but something that we were lucky enough to measure, and it was the birth of our grandson, our first grandson. We couldn't measure the birth of our granddaughter, but we could measure the birth of Kai, and you can explain.
Yeah, we decided to put it when well, whenever in every place that we go, we put the Biowell in the room or wherever, and to see it. Sometimes they don't happen nothing, but sometimes we see
Things happen.
strange things. So in this case, we take permission to our daughter to make the measurement in his room, because he was making his birthday.
Natural birth.
Natural birth in his house. So we put it there. You can see the days. Every line is 1 day. So you can see.
The blue arrow is the day that Kai was born.
Mm-hmm.
And then the blue lines, bars, we think that it's with the, well, Plato used to say that when a spirit was born, when a spirit came to inhabit a body, first it created a portal in the sky. In this portal, it grabs the information of all the planets, the stars, you know, where's Jupiter, where's Mars, and what's the character gonna be like. And that's like the imprint and the information it's gonna carry for this experience in this body. So maybe that's what we measured. Also in indigenous cultures, they say that at some point before giving birth, the mother goes and grabs the spirit of her child and brings it into the body. So both hypotheses are very, very, very old, but maybe that's what we are measuring, that a few days before the portal opens so the mom can go and get the spirit.
Yeah, we have a second birth. Our neighbor, this is our neighbor is about the same, like 60 feet from our house.
20 meters?
Yeah, it's like, and he has a board
Yeah,
in his
natural
house.
bird.
Natural bird, and you can see days. It's the same. The blue lines begins to appear, no, and then and somehow he borns in where is the last one, the red one, the 12th. So you can see it's the same. It's like the blue first, and then only the green ones, and then it goes.
And a curious information here is that this birth was overdue. She was she took a couple of 2 or 3 weeks longer than expected. The doula was already there, and it seems that she didn't have a lot of energy to give birth. So that could be also, this is also a hypothesis, but yeah, it was not as easy as the other.
Yeah. This one was measuring, this measuring was with our aquarium, because as I tell you, the aquarium amplifies, no, all the things that goes around, so he can detect 20 feet around all the things that happen, like that frequency that the crystal detects, no? And somehow we're studying that. Dimitri tell us that if to prove this, we have to make it 4 times in a row. So is this the second one? We need 2 more. So we are searching.
So that it can be science.
We're breaking in science, so we are searching for more to make 4 and make a paper on that. No?
Anyone that wants to be share her birth with us, we can go and measure.
Yeah. So
well, I forgot the order of the slides. So yeah, like I said, Plato had a theory about this, and also in indigenous cultures, this is a beautiful painting of Alex Gray. I'm sure most of you know him, and it's the same. You know, it's the energy that the mother goes and connects to the cosmos to bring it down and give birth.
okay. So okay, all right, let's go to the part of the cosmos. No, this is a temple that is called Siete Muñecas.
7 dolls.
7 dolls, that is in Yucatan. 7 dolls because inside there's 7 dolls around.
I'm sure Dr. Proctor knows it.
Yeah. And is where they know when is the equinox, you know, the primavera and otoño, the suns go, it's incredible, you know? Exactly in the door, you know, of the temple. So we make measurements in equinox in 2019. So in this one, you can see this is the graph from the resonator. I put a line. You see a little line. There is a black line. No, it's a brown line, and it's the energy. No, so you can see the energy. So in this graph, I see the intensity, you know, the color, that is the activity, and then the energy. You know, put another one. So in this case, you can see something happen before the equinox. You know? And then we see the office, the same, no? But the peak were different. You can see one is up and the other one is down. So we are still working on that. How inside goes the energy goes up and outside the resonator goes down. But the most important thing that in Mexico City, the Biowell that we put outside the aquariums doesn't detect anything. It's only the same. You can see the purple line is the equinox, and doesn't happen. It's a normal graph. But inside the aquarium was the same as the office. You can see the color is the same. It's not like the coherent of the circadian cycle, but you can see how deep and goes to red, no? And the energy goes down too. So what that means? We have a lot of hypotheses, but one of them is that in somehow they are connected, or the way that the amplify of the crystal that makes with the water do it like the office. It's like the same environment that is in the office is inside the aquarium. The difference is because in Mexico it happens before the equinox, and in the resonator goes before, and then the resonator goes after, no? The event. I think is not my personal opinion is there was no the equinox. It was something like a cosmic ray or something like that, in conjunction with the with the equinox. So that's inside the part. Okay.
So what was happening around the world when this particular equinox happened? We are for some years now, we have taken into our research to connect what's happening with the solar flares, with the Schumann resonance. Obviously, the aurora boreal is a result of the solar flare and the Schumann resonance, but it also seems to be connected, which is completely obvious, to meteorological events, and like earthquakes or hurricanes or eruptions, volcano eruptions. So this was happening that day. We had an Earth phase solar flare, which fortunately we don't get often, and this was a small one because it affects us a lot. And well, the Schumann resonance that was in a high peak for 24 hours, that usually doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
This is a solar flare in another perspective, different view, and they were two very significant cyclonic vortices in the sun, with the solar flare, and also two cyclones in a very similar position as cyclonic vortices.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is another day. This is 26th of December to January 5. No? In this graph, I show you this graph because you can see a new color that is pink. No, this color I alter the formula of Dimitri a little bit. It's like a little more deep, no? Of the blue is more than the blue. So you can see here is in the 31 and the first, it's a lot of things happen there. We see that if something happened in the resonator, something happened outside, and you can see here, no?
Yeah, this was happening outside.
Happening outside.
And these are pictures that we got from friends. This was not on the news or anything. I'll explain. Well, this is a Schumann resonance, of course. I'll talk about the sun a little later. But these pictures in the right were happening in the desert in Sedona, Arizona, that day. And the other one was happening in Egypt. So it was snowing very hard in desert places, in desertic places. So these the pictures on the right, the yellow and blue and the colored ones, the little small dot, black dot in the center with a white dot inside. That white dot represents the Earth, and it shows the magnetosphere. In the photo below, you can see how the solar wind hits the planet, but we are always protected, or almost always protected, by the magnetosphere. But the magnetosphere sometimes breaks down. Thank God it comes back up again, but sometimes it breaks down. This is one of the times that it was breaking down, when we were getting all this snow and different events. So this very big black thing, like that's being ejected from the planet, that's something that we haven't seen before, and we haven't seen after that. And I have my hypothesis, but not for this presentation. But it was a very strong hit that we received that day that made many things happen. Another
one.
Is it the same day?
No, this is the Mayotte.
Yeah. This is the Mayotte event, as we call it. It happened on November 11, 2018. If you add 2018 is 11, so we like to call it 11-11-11 because it has a nice ring to it and a lot of ones. So this is the earthquake that is documented in National Geographic, if you want to look for it, that started in Mayotte. But the funny thing, well, I don't think it's funny, but maybe less, it traveled all around the planet. And this has been very, very well documented.
So for me was very interesting this event, because the CERN they turned off that day, no?
It stopped working, yeah.
That day, and I compared the well, it's like a comparison, but in somehow it's a resonator, no? It's like a thing that goes very quickly, photon, whatever you call it, goes to a high speed, no, around, and it's the same as the resonator of Nassim that goes speed around and then make some resonator. And as I told you, that the frequency goes 50 feet, and I can demonstrate you with the graphs that goes all the way to 50 feet. Imagine that resonator when they turn on, all the things that goes around the world. So when it turns off that resonator, our Biowells detected And this
It
is
detected it so well that it died.
Yeah.
Stopped working.
One of them was in the World Trade Center. We have an office there. So we put it, we put the Biowell, we leave it there the same time as a resonator, but you can see in the 11-11-18 exactly they blew up, and then begins to put some yellow lines. That yellow lines are making not coherent. It's not function right now. But the strange thing is that in the resonator, you can see that it's like empty, no? Where it's the same as human resonance, no? When the human resonance doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, sometimes the energy is so high that it stops registering and it goes blackout.
Blackout, no? I don't know if it's the same, but I see, no?
Yeah.
And then begins another time. So
But what was happening around the world?
in that day,
And this you can blame on the bug. This is not a political view, but different things were happening, not common. That day in France, they were having this reunion that they usually have once a year. But the Yellow Vest movement was born that day. The revolution in France began. And also, well, this usually don't happen. You don't see nemesis, political nemesis having, like being happy to greet each other. And for specific reasons that we will not get into right now because there's not much time left, the world was watching, and it was watching with a very clear intention. It was, it was several million people were following these events with a clear intention of a different future.
yeah, so
That's when we started integrating the solar measurement in our research, because for one, Krzyzewski, you can correct us later. It was a Russian interdisciplinary scientist, and he was the first one to do a study. He was Russian, of course, a study about how the solar cycles affect human history. He started making these observations because of the two Russian revolutions. You can go through the dates, and that they occurred in the maximum solar activity. This was so controversial that back then he went to prison, to jail for these studies. After him, there has been many papers published about the effect of the solar activity and how it creates an ambience propense to revolution. So the crazy things happening around the world might be related to the maximum solar activity, and we hope to do some publishing of that sometime soon.
sometimes, yeah, the world is getting crazy right now. But well, okay, let's continue with the presentation. So, okay, we will make another
we want to close this part of the presentation because we're gonna close with a small video of our very last experiment, and we'll tell you more about that. But we want to do an open invitation. We are doing our next collective measurement with everything that we shared with you, the luminosity, the effect of the entropic process, trying to create coherence, the intention of our emotion and the intensity of the intention. We are going to do it. You will see that we are, if you you stay for the video, you will see that we are celebrating this year the 10 years of the end of the Mayan calendar. So this year on the winter solstice, December 21st, 22, it will be the 10-year celebration of the end of the Mayan calendar. So we are gonna do the retreat where we will be measuring not only the fields, but also your personal interaction with the field, and the dynamics will be playing there. We will have an expanded consciousness ceremony of a kind. We still haven't decided what, but it will be fun for sure. And if you feel like it's something that you would like to take part of, and that you would like to
come to Mexico City
to
and
come to Mexico, it will be probably in a beautiful place, because we have beautiful places. Not that I'm bragging or anything.
And we will take our experiment, our aquariums, and the 64 of Nassim Haramein, all the things that we show you will be very, very nice.
Yeah.
So
we will be accompanied by very talented people. Among them, it's a very there is a friend that is very good with a Biowell, and she does her own therapies and she measures them. So it will be a very interesting event. So come and join us.
Yeah.
And those are our emails. So next, and to be respectful of all the time that you've given us, thank you so much. Also on December 1st of last year, we went to the Zócalo, to downtown center in Mexico City, to do a measurement that it was very significant for us. So we leave you
with a presentation with this measurement.
Thank you very much, and we hope that we're not very crazy.
Amigas y amigos, lo más importante es que ya pensamos más para la transformación de nuestro país. Entre todos. En 3 años ha cambiado. En 3 años ha cambiado como nunca la mentalidad del pueblo. Que eso es lo más importante de todo. La revolución de las conciencias, el cambio de mentalidad. Eso es lo más cercano a lo esencial, a lo mero principal. Y eso es lo más cercano a lo irreversible. Pueden darle más espacio material, pero no van a poder cambiar la conciencia que ha tomado en este tiempo el pueblo de México.
Okay. Well, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me Stop. Here. Okay. So thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. Hope you enjoy it. And see you next year.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Marcelo. That was.
But I'm very unhappy with your presentation. Very unhappy. Because you have so many wonderful data. You are doing wonderful presentations with beautiful graphs, but where is publications? We've been discussing about this for years with you. You need to publish your results. The final result with this Mexico event, with all this measurement, it's amazing. It's mind-blowing. Where is your paper? Why don't you prepare? I've told you, we help you. We know where to publish. You should do it. The final film you've done is beautiful, really beautiful. And the result is amazing, amazing. Where is it? Who knows about this? Why wouldn't you prepare this? Please, please, I ask you very much, because all your presentations is full of information, full. I don't know.
Thank you so much. You are all our motivator. You're our motor and our role model. So yes, we will do it.
Yeah, we will do it for sure. And thank you very much, Dr. Korokov, for your support, and Dimitri too. And with you both, we cannot do all the things that
we do.
Okay. Dr. Korokov has suddenly disappeared. I don't know what has happened. So I thought that he would say the final word for today's Congress, because it was our final presentation for today. Konstantin, where you are?
Mitya,
Yes,
he's there. He's there. There you go.
Yes.
It was some. Okay, so it seems to me it's something in the air. After their presentation, the air became turmoil. Yes, so it seems to me everything is.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, yes, absolutely. So yes, so it seems to me today was very interesting day, very interesting day. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for your presentations, for your efforts to do it. And for me, it was really amazing to hear everything. And the only thing I ask all of you, please spend time on preparing research papers. We need it, all of us. Now we have magazines, we have journals that accept our papers. Of course, it's not for free, unfortunately, but it is as it is. Of course, it's not Nature journal or even not Scientific American, but still it's very good journals. And then it will be known to everybody and known to other researchers, to other people who are doing this. Don't let it to be lost in time. Marcela and Alfred, you have excellent material, excellent. You have a lot of materials. Prepare this step by step. Or of course, you can make a book other way around. That's another story. It's up to you how you like it. Book takes more time, but still, again, now we have a lot of options to publish books. So I want to tell that seems to me today was very interesting day, and thank you very much, Mitya, for organizing this, because he was the host of everything. Yes. Tomorrow will be another interesting day, and tomorrow we'll start with Vaigov presentation. Yes. Yeah. So we'll
at
go
same
to
time.
yes, from the morning, from the day. And then we proceed with, and then by the end of the day, we have questions and answers. That's all. So let's do it.
Okay, session closed. Thank you, everyone. And we stop the recording here. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Hasta mañana.